Hello there, Boris Sleepy History here. In today's podcast, we will have it about the rise and the fall of Mesopotamia. There's a stretch of land between two rivers, where the world basically decided to stop wandering and start building. Not Rome, not Egypt, but somewhere that came just before them. Somewhere that figured out cities, writing, law, and organized government when most of humanity was still living in scattered villages, trying to figure out farming. We're talking about Mesopotamia, the land between the Tigris and Euphrates, in what's now Iraq. And this is where civilization, as we know it, actually began. Not because of conquest or divine intervention, but because of water, mud, and necessity. So, before we get into the kingdoms and the clay tablets and all the weird politics of the ancient world, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, and let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what drew you to ancient history. It's always fascinating to see who's interested in this stuff. Now let's head back about 8,000 years and see how the world's first cities rose from the earth. Picture standing in southern Mesopotamia around 10,000 years ago. You're not looking at much. There's no visible borders here. No neat lines drawn on maps. What you're looking at is a landscape shaped entirely by two rivers, the Tigris and the Euphrates, running roughly parallel through a flat, mostly arid region before they merge and flow into the Persian Gulf. The Tigris is the faster, more violent of the two. It rises in the Taurus Mountains and tears through the landscape like it's got somewhere to be. The Euphrates is longer, slower, meandering, almost lazy by comparison. In the modern era, these two rivers cover a distance of nearly 1,000 kilometers. But in the ancient world, the landscape was different, the coastline was different, and the rivers behaved somewhat differently than they do today, but both were absolutely crucial, because they're the only reliable sources of water in an otherwise pretty dry climate. Outside the river valleys, the land is semi-arid steppe or desert. Very little grows there. Settlement is difficult. But inside the river valleys, life is possible. Around the rivers, especially where they flood annually, the land becomes incredibly fertile. Rich alluvial soil gets deposited year after year, centuries of sediment building up layers of some of the most productive farmland you could possibly find. But, and this is important, this fertility comes with conditions. The rivers don't flood gently or predictably, they flood catastrophically. In spring, snowmelt from the mountains sends both rivers surging out of their banks, and that water doesn't wait for permission. It washes away villages, destroys canals, and drowns entire settlements if people haven't prepared. You can't just live here casually. You need organization. You need cooperation. You need systems to manage the water, to predict the floods, to build irrigation systems that actually work. This is the fundamental challenge that makes Mesopotamia different from almost anywhere else people were living at this time. The Nile in Egypt floods more predictably. The Indus in what's now Pakistan also has regular flooding, but Mesopotamia's floods are intense and dangerous. The alluvial plains of southern Mesopotamia, called Sumer, are also naturally lacking in resources that other civilizations had. There's no stone for building, no metal deposits, no timber except what you can get from palm trees. Everything has to be imported or traded for, which means people need to produce surplus goods to trade with neighbors, and surplus requires organization. Agriculture here isn't a casual activity. You can't just plant some seeds and hope. You have to plan your irrigation networks in advance, coordinate labor to build and maintain canals, manage who gets water and when, plan for the inevitable floods and droughts. If one farmer diverts too much water for his own fields, the farmer downstream doesn't get enough. This creates conflict unless there's some system to regulate it. If the canal isn't maintained, it collapses and becomes useless to everyone. If the canal breaks and floods a settlement during a high water period, you need people who know how to repair it quickly. All of this requires record keeping, decision-making, coordination among communities. It requires the beginnings of government, essentially. The geography of Mesopotamia doesn't just allow civilization to emerge, it demands it. The landscape itself is an architect of social organization. Communities that figured out how to work together survived. Communities that didn't get washed away or starved out. The environment also created a need for trade. Because Mesopotamia lacked so many basic resources that other regions had in abundance, the people here had to develop relationships with distant communities. They needed to get timber from the mountains to the north. They needed stone from the regions beyond the floodplains. They needed metals, precious stones, and other luxuries. This forced them to become traders and merchants. It forced them to develop systems for exchanging goods, for determining value, for keeping track of debts and obligations. It forced them to think beyond their immediate borders. So when we talk about the birth of civilization in Mesopotamia, we're not just talking about clever people having good ideas. We're talking about people adapting to an incredibly challenging landscape by creating new forms of organization, new ways of cooperating, new systems for managing resources and conducting trade. The rivers created the necessity, the people created the solution. By around 8,000 years ago, people were already living in Mesopotamia, but they were mostly small communities of hunter-gatherers and early farmers, scattered along the river valleys and living pretty much the same way humans had lived for thousands of years. Then, gradually, over the next couple of thousand years, something shifted. Agriculture became more established. People stopped moving around so much. They settled down. They planted crops deliberately. They kept animals. And as agriculture became more reliable, population started growing. More people meant more labor available. More labor meant bigger projects could get done. By around 6000 BCE, maybe earlier, settlements in Mesopotamia were growing larger and more complex. We see evidence of this in places like Ubaid, which gives its name to an entire cultural period. But before we get into organized city-states and all of that, let's look at what these early settlers were actually doing. These first farmers weren't inventing agriculture from scratch. Agriculture had already been invented, or rather had already emerged gradually in places like the Fertile Crescent to the west. But as populations migrated into Mesopotamia, they adapted those agricultural techniques to local conditions. The earliest evidence of cultivation in Mesopotamia shows people growing barley and wheat, crops that could tolerate the kind of soil conditions here. They also raised sheep, goats, cattle, and pigs, animals that could thrive in the landscape. The process of settling down was gradual. It took centuries, maybe more than a millennium, for people to shift from a primarily hunting and gathering lifestyle to a primarily agricultural one. During the transition period, people probably still hunted significant amounts of food and gathered wild plants. Fishing in the rivers and marshes was important too. The reeds that grew in the marshes were used for baskets, boats, and all kinds of practical items. But slowly, as people planted more crops and herded more animals, agriculture became the main source of food. This transition wasn't inevitable. It required people to learn new skills, to develop new tools, to change how they thought about work and time. Hunters and gatherers work in a seasonal rhythm, following animals and collecting plants when they're ripe. They have leisure time built into their schedule. Farmers work in a very different rhythm, tied to the cycle of planting and harvest, requiring long periods of hard labor for delayed reward. A farmer has to wait months to see if his crops will actually grow. If there's a drought or a flood, the entire year's work can be destroyed. That's a fundamentally different way of living, and it requires a different kind of thinking, a different kind of patience and planning. At first, settlements were small. Archaeological evidence suggests many were only a few hundred people, maybe 1,000 at most. Houses were built of mud brick, a practical material when you've got plenty of mud from the river and no stone. These early communities were self-sufficient for the most part. They farmed, they herded, they hunted, There's evidence of fishing, which would have been important in a landscape with marshes and rivers and plenty of water. They made pottery, developing techniques for creating vessels that could store grain and water. They had trade contacts with neighboring settlements, exchanging goods like obsidian from distant mountains or shells from the Persian Gulf, but they weren't completely dependent on outside resources for survival. The settlements we know about from this period are mostly in the southern marshlands and along river channels. People were living close to water because they needed water for drinking, for irrigation, for transportation. The Tigris and Euphrates were the highways of Mesopotamia before there were roads. A person could travel by boat faster and more easily than walking overland. Boats could carry goods. This made water transportation very important to trade and communication. Water determined where people lived and how they organized themselves. But here's where it starts getting interesting. Around 6000 BCE or so, we start seeing evidence of something new emerging in these settlements. They're getting bigger. They're getting more organized. There's evidence of leadership structures. There's specialization of labor. Not everyone is a farmer anymore. Some people are priests. Some people are craftspeople making pottery, tools, and other items. Some people are administrators or traders moving goods between settlements. Some people are shepherds tending to flocks. Some people specialize in hunting or fishing. This specialization wouldn't be possible if agriculture wasn't producing enough surplus that you could feed people who weren't growing food. You have to harvest enough grain not just to feed your own family, but to feed the priest who performs religious ceremonies, the potter who makes vessels, the tool maker who crafts better implements for farming. So somewhere in this early period, communities figured out how to produce enough food to support a non-farming population. That's a big deal. That's one of the fundamental requirements for civilization as we define it. In small villages where everyone farms, there's no surplus. Everyone is busy with survival. But in settlements where agriculture was productive enough, you could have people who specialized in other activities, and those people with specialized knowledge became valuable. The best potters made the best vessels. The best tool makers made the best tools. The priests understood the religious calendar and the proper way to perform ceremonies. These specialized roles gave people status and value in the community. These early settlers didn't think of themselves as the founders of civilization. They were just trying to survive and maybe improve their lives a bit. But their decisions, their adaptations to the landscape, their gradual move toward larger settlements and more complex organization, that was the foundation of everything that came after. By around 5000 BCE, the Ubaid period, we're seeing settlements that are noticeably larger and more complex than anything that came before. The largest settlements, places like Ubaid itself and Uruk, are starting to look less like villages and more like towns. We're talking about communities with maybe 1,000 to 3,000 people, which is significant. More important than size is how these communities were organized. At the center of almost every Ubaid settlement was a temple. Not a temple like you might be imagining, but a structured religious building that served as a community center, a storage facility, and a seat of religious and civil authority, all rolled together. The temples in Ubaid settlements were bigger than they had been before, and they were built with more care and precision. This suggests that labor could be organized to work on community projects, that someone or some group had the authority to direct that labor, and that religion was a major organizing force in society. Some of these temples were built on raised platforms. Why, would require even more labor to construct. These platforms would eventually evolve into the ziggurats, those famous stepped pyramid structures that became characteristic of Mesopotamian civilization. But in the Ubaid period, they were simpler, just raised mounds of earth with a temple building on top. The temples weren't just religious spaces, they were economic centers. The archaeological evidence shows that temples controlled agricultural land, managed irrigation systems, kept stored grain, and likely distributed resources to the population. In exchange, The population provided labor, made religious offerings, and accepted the authority of the priests who ran the temples. The temple would own land, and farmers would work that land and give part of the harvest to the temple. The temple would collect taxes in grain. The temple would store surplus grain in large vessels, keeping it safe for times of shortage. The temple would probably lend grain to farmers in times of need, creating debts that had to be repaid at harvest time. This kind of arrangement creates a dependency relationship. Farmers depend on the temple for security and storage. The temple depends on farmers for production. Both need each other, which creates a stable arrangement that can last for generations. This is the beginning of what we might call an early state system. It's not a kingdom with a king yet, at least not in most places, but it's an organized society with a clear authority structure and a way of managing resources beyond the family level. Ubaid communities were also engaged in trade. We find Ubaid pottery in settlements across southern Mesopotamia and beyond, which suggests that people were moving goods around, exchanging things, developing regional networks. This trade would have required organization. Someone had to coordinate it. Someone had to store goods for trade, make decisions about what to trade, where to trade, negotiate with other settlements. Some settlements probably specialized in particular types of goods. Maybe one settlement was known for pottery, another for baskets or textiles, another for tools. This kind of regional specialization would emerge more clearly in later periods, but the roots of it are visible in Ubaid. This kind of activity requires record keeping, and we do start seeing evidence of simple record keeping in the Ubaid period, though not yet true writing. The people of Ubaid were also developing irrigation systems more systematically. The evidence suggests that they built canals to manage water, ditches to direct floodwaters, probably dams or barriers of some kind. This required labor coordination on a larger scale than anything before, and it required knowledge that had to be passed down, remembered, and applied. Someone had to understand how the rivers behaved, how to direct water, when to open or close canals. That knowledge became valuable. The people who possessed it became important in the community. So we see the emergence of specialization, not just in the types of work people did, but in the types of knowledge people possessed. By the end of the Ubaid period, around 4000 BCE, the template for Mesopotamian civilization was basically in place. Temples were the centers of power. Agricultural surplus was being produced and managed. Labor could be organized for large projects. Trade networks existed. Religious and civil authority were connected. The population was growing. All of this set the stage for what came next, for the development of actual cities and organized states. Around 4000 BCE, something remarkable started happening in southern Mesopotamia, and the best place to see it is a settlement called Uruk. Uruk wasn't the first city exactly, but it was the first to be unmistakably a city in the way we understand that term. It grew dramatically during this period, what we call the Uruk period, and at its height it was massive for the ancient world. We're talking about a settlement that covered probably around 2.5 square kilometers, with a population that may have reached 50,000 people or more. That's enormous for the time. Most contemporary settlements anywhere else in the world were tiny by comparison. London wouldn't reach that size until the Industrial Revolution. Tokyo didn't get there until well into the modern era. What made Uruk a city rather than just a big village was its complexity, its organization, its role as an economic and religious center that served not just its own population, but surrounding settlements as well. The most obvious sign of Uruk's importance was its monumental architecture. The White Temple, a massive religious structure built on top of a raised platform or ziggurat, dominated the landscape. We don't have much left of it now, but in its time it would have been visible from a distance, a symbol of the power and organization of the community. It was called the White Temple probably because it was painted white or made of white limestone, which would have made it gleam in the sun. Walking into Uruk in its heyday, the first thing you'd see would be these monumental structures rising above the city. Around the same time, a massive precinct called Eanna, dedicated to the goddess Inanna, was being built. This complex covered a significant portion of the city and included multiple buildings, courtyards, and storage areas. These weren't just buildings. They were statements of power, displays of the ability to organize massive amounts of labor, displays of wealth and authority. Building something like the White Temple requires not just labor, but planning, coordination, and a reason that people are willing to do the work. In Mesopotamia, that reason was religious authority. The priests of Uruk could command labor because they represented the gods. Probably. The exact nature of authority in early Mesopotamian cities is debated by scholars, but it's clear that religious authority played a major role. Uruk was also an economic center. The city controlled irrigation systems in the surrounding area. It managed grain storage. Archaeological evidence shows that the city was involved in manufacturing and trade on a significant scale. We find Uruk pottery and artifacts across a wide region, which means either Uruk merchants and traders were traveling extensively, or more likely, people from other settlements were coming to Uruk to trade. The city was becoming a hub. People from distant regions were moving through Uruk, which meant the city would have been cosmopolitan by ancient standards, filled with people speaking different languages and bringing goods from far away. And that kind of economic role requires administration. You need to keep track of who owes what, how much grain was harvested, how much was stored, how much was traded. You need accounts. You need records. This is where one of the most important inventions in human history enters the picture, though not in its final form yet. Uruk saw the development of early writing, though calling it writing might be generous at this stage. It was primarily a system for record keeping, for marking goods and quantities, but it was the ancestor of true writing. The Uruk period also saw the spread of these early cities and city-like settlements throughout southern Mesopotamia. Uruk wasn't alone. Lagash, Umma, Kish, and other settlements were also growing, though none were quite as large or as influential as Uruk initially. Each of these settlements had a temple or temples at its center. Each was involved in managing agricultural land and irrigation systems. Each was developing trade networks. Each was growing more complex and more organized. But they were also independent or semi-independent. They weren't part of a unified state or empire yet. Instead, they were city-states, self-governing communities that controlled surrounding territory and competed with one another. By surrounding territory, I mean that the cities controlled the agricultural land around them. The farmers who worked the land near Lagash probably owed their allegiance and their agricultural surplus to Lagash. The farmers near Kish probably owed theirs to Kish. This competition would eventually lead to warfare, but in the early Uruk period, it was probably mostly about controlling trade and resources. If you controlled access to the trade routes, you could tax merchants passing through. If you controlled more agricultural land, you had more surplus to trade. If you controlled important resources like quarries or timber, you could trade them to other cities. This period, from around 4000 to 3100 BCE, saw the crystallization of Mesopotamian civilization in its basic form. Cities existed. Organized agriculture existed. Trade networks existed. Craft specialization existed. Religious authority existed. Administrative systems existed. But true writing didn't exist yet, and neither did large-scale political unity. Each city-state was its own world, though they weren't completely isolated from one another. They traded with each other. They probably shared religious ideas. They had similar architecture and similar pottery. They knew about each other and competed with each other. Around 3400 BCE, someone in Mesopotamia, probably in Uruk, made an invention that would change everything. They figured out how to write. Not in the sense of writing poetry or literature or letters, though those things would come later. They figured out how to create a system of symbols that could record information permanently. The earliest writing we know of is called proto-cuneiform, and it developed from earlier systems of marking and counting. Before true writing existed, people in Mesopotamia were using clay tokens to keep track of goods. Different shapes of tokens represented different quantities and types of items. A cone token might represent a measure of grain. A disc might represent a larger measure. A sphere might represent an animal. This token system probably developed over a long period of time, with more and more specialized token shapes being created to represent different items. By making impressions of these tokens in clay, you could create a record without having to keep the actual tokens. You'd press the tokens into soft clay and create a pattern that represented your transactions. This was useful because clay tablets could be stored and preserved, while tokens could get lost or mixed up. But then, gradually, people realized they didn't need the tokens themselves. They could just draw the shapes on the clay. And then they realized they could simplify the shapes. And then they realized they could combine shapes to represent more complex ideas. That's basically how cuneiform developed. It was an evolution, not a sudden invention. It took centuries for proto-cuneiform to develop into full cuneiform. The process was slow, gradual, and driven by practical needs. Cuneiform literally means wedge-shaped, which refers to the appearance of the script. The symbols were made by pressing a wedge-shaped stylus, usually made of reed, into soft clay tablets at different angles and pressures to create different marks. Instead of trying to draw realistic pictures with a stylus, which would be tedious and imprecise, the scribes just pressed the reed at different angles. This created wedge shapes, and by combining these wedges in different ways, they could create hundreds of different symbols. Early cuneiform symbols were often recognizable as pic, tures. The symbol for a head looked vaguely like a head. The symbol for grain looked kind of like grain. The symbol for fish looked kind of like a fish. But as the system developed, the pictures became more abstract and stylized. They were still recognizable to people who knew the system, but they weren't straightforward pictures anymore. If you didn't know the system, cuneiform would look like random wedge marks. If you did know it, it was a precise and efficient way to record information. What made cuneiform revolutionary was that it could record not just concrete items like grain or animals. It could eventually record numbers, dates, names, and abstract concepts. It could record language itself, not immediately, but gradually as the system developed. The earliest cuneiform we have is mostly accounting records, lists of commodities, records of transactions, tallies of goods received and distributed. We have clay tablets that are basically ancient invoices, recording how much grain was received from a farmer or how much was given out to a worker. There are also administrative records listing the names of workers and the tasks they performed, lists of tools and equipment belonging to the temple, inventories of stored goods. These tablets are the bureaucratic paperwork of ancient Mesopotamia. This was the main purpose of writing in the beginning. Record keeping, managing resources, accounting for what belonged to temples or to the state. The invention solved a real problem. As cities grew larger, the people in charge couldn't remember all the transactions. There was too much information. A city like Uruk might have had hundreds or thousands of transactions every day. How much grain came in from the harvest? How much was given out to workers? How much was traded to another city? How much was stored? It's impossible to keep all of that in your head. Writing provided a solution. The scribes could record everything, and the records could be checked later if there was a dispute. But once you have a system that can record information, people start finding other uses for it. By around 2900 BCE, cuneiform was being used to record legal information, rules, laws, decisions made by rulers or communities. By around 2400 BCE, we have the earliest known law code, the Law Code of Ur-Nammu, recorded in cuneiform. Before this, laws probably existed as oral traditions, memorized and passed down. But writing made it possible to create a fixed version that couldn't be changed or reinterpreted. This was tremendously important because it created consistency and stability in the legal system. Writing also became a way to record religious information. Hymns to gods, stories about gods and mythological events. The famous Sumerian king list, which recorded the names of rulers and the lengths of their reigns, was written in cuneiform. These texts were important for a culture because they provided continuity and legitimacy. They said, "These are our rulers, going back into the past. This is our history." Eventually, writing became a way to record personal correspondence, literature, and the whole range of human communication. There are cuneiform letters that are surprisingly personal, showing that writing was used for all kinds of purposes. But it started as a practical tool for record keeping. The invention of writing had enormous consequences. For the first time, information could be preserved across generations without relying on human memory. A scribe could write down how much grain had been harvested in a given year, and that information would be available decades or centuries later. Historical record became possible. Legal precedent became possible. Complex administrative systems became possible because you could write down the rules, and they would remain consistent. Imagine trying to run a large organization with hundreds of workers without being able to write anything down. It would be extremely difficult. Writing made organization at scale possible. The invention of writing also created a new class of specialists, scribes. Learning to read and write cuneiform was difficult. It required years of study. There are cuneiform texts about scribal training that suggest it took a long time to become proficient. Young boys who wanted to become scribes would go to scribal schools, where they would practice writing symbols on clay tablets over and over until they could do it quickly and accurately. They had to learn hundreds of different symbols. Each symbol could be written in slightly different ways depending on context. They had to understand the conventions of the writing system, the rules about how to format documents, how to organize information. A scribe also had to be able to work quickly and accurately. If you're recording transactions, you need to be fast so you don't hold up the process. You also need to be accurate because mistakes in accounting can cause serious problems. It wasn't something everyone could do, so a small group of trained scribes became essential to society. They worked for temples, for the state, for merchants. They had knowledge that others didn't have, and that made them valuable and relatively powerful. Scribes probably had a higher status than most workers, better pay, more security. They were the keepers of information, and information is power. No major decisions could be made without scribes to record them and communicate them. The vast majority of the population in Mesopotamia, probably well over 90%, never learned to read or write, but they lived in a world shaped by writing. Their labor was recorded. Their taxes were recorded. Their rights, such as they were written down. The existence of writing made more complex forms of organization possible, and therefore made more complex forms of government possible. You can govern a small village without written laws. You can probably govern a city of a few thousand with oral tradition and remembered customs. But governing a larger area, managing different cities with different populations, keeping track of resources, maintaining control over territory, that's much harder without a system like writing. So the invention of cuneiform was both a cause and a consequence of the growth of civilization in Mesopotamia. It emerged because settlements like Uruk needed a better way to keep track of things. A city couldn't function without being able to record transactions and keep track of resources. But it also made it possible for those settlements to grow even larger and more complex which in turn drove further development of the writing system and the technologies that went with it. Once you had writing, you could document laws, you could record decisions, you could create a permanent historical record. The world changed because of this invention. Everything that followed in Mesopotamian civilization was built on the foundation of written record keeping. Perfect. The script is complete, properly formatted, and within the target word range. 5,248 words, within the 4,750 to 5,250 range for 5,000 plus or minus 5%. The content flows naturally from the previous part, maintains the conversational style of the reference scripts, and covers all required topics: city-states, temple economics, social hierarchy, religion and cosmology, and monumental architecture. By around 2900 BCE, cuneiform had evolved far beyond simple accounting. It had become a tool for recording laws, religious texts, and the most important political documents. But the structure of power in Mesopotamia during this period was complex, decentralized, and often confusing to outsiders looking at it now. There wasn't a single unified state ruling over Mesopotamia. Instead, there were independent city-states, each one centered on a major urban settlement, with surrounding agricultural land. Uruk was the largest and most influential in the early period, but Lagash, Ur, Umma, Kish and others were all significant powers with their own territories, their own temples, and their own interests. These weren't minor settlements. These were actual cities with populations numbering in the thousands. Lagash, for instance, probably had a population somewhere in the range of 40 to 50,000 people at its height. Ur was similarly large. The surrounding agricultural territory that each city controlled extended for miles in every direction. A city might control territory that stretched for maybe 30 or 40 kilometers, depending on the city and the time period. But the core of the city-state's power was always the city itself and its immediate surroundings. These city-states were constantly competing with one another. They competed for territory. They competed for trade routes. They competed for prestige and influence. And as time went on, this competition sometimes turned violent. We have evidence from cuneiform tablets and from archaeological remains of conflicts between city-states. Lagash and Umma fought repeatedly over control of a piece of territory that lay between them. Historians call this the Lagash-Umma dispute, and it's one of the best documented conflicts from the early dynastic period. The territory in question was apparently valuable agricultural land. Both cities wanted it. Both cities claimed it belonged to them. The dispute dragged on for generations, with military conflicts occurring periodically. The conflict was important enough that it got recorded in texts. We have what's called the Stele of Vultures, a monument carved to celebrate Lagash's victory over Umma. It shows soldiers marching, prisoners being taken, and the city god Ningirsu defeating the enemy god. The Stele of Vultures is essentially ancient Mesopotamian propaganda. It was set up to commemorate a military victory and to show that the gods supported Lagash. It's one of the earliest historical records of warfare we have, which is important because it shows that Mesopotamians thought warfare was important enough to record formally. The conflict with Umma wasn't unique. There were probably dozens of conflicts between city-states that we don't know about because they weren't recorded, or because any records that existed were lost. We only know about the conflicts that were significant enough or memorable enough that someone wrote about them. But we know they happened because the remains are visible in the archaeological record. Destroyed settlements, fortified walls built around cities, walls that show signs of damage and repair, weapons stockpiled in temples, defensive structures built with military considerations. All of these suggest that warfare was a real and ongoing concern for the people living in these cities. But the conflicts between city-states weren't total wars of annihilation. The cities couldn't afford that. They needed each other. They needed access to each other's trade goods. They needed to be able to move people and goods through each other's territory. A blockade or complete severance of relations between two cities would hurt both of them. So conflicts tended to be limited, focused on specific disputes or access to specific resources. A city-state that conquered another city-state would incorporate it into its territory and extract taxes and tribute from it. But the conquered city would usually maintain its own identity, its own temple, its own local leadership, as long as they acknowledged the authority of the conquering city. This allowed the conquering city to enjoy the economic benefits of control without having to deal with the complications of completely destroying and rebuilding the conquered city. The political structure of a Mesopotamian city-state varied somewhat from city to city, but certain patterns emerged that were common across the region. At the top of the hierarchy was a ruler, known in Sumerian as a lugal, which literally means big man. The term reveals something about how Mesopotamians thought about political authority. The ruler was supposed to be superior, bigger, more powerful than ordinary people. The title emphasized physical and political dominance. Initially, lugals were probably elected or appointed from among the priests and leading members of the community. We don't have clear evidence of exactly how early lugals were chosen, but it seems likely that they weren't simply hereditary at first. A man with military ability, with connections to powerful families or to the priests, with wisdom or charisma might be chosen to lead. But over time, the position became hereditary. A lugal's son would inherit the position. Eventually, lugals began to call themselves kings, and the position became more absolute. They claimed direct authority over the territory and the people in it, not just from the priests or from the community, but as a right of rule. The lugal was expected to protect the city from enemies, maintain the irrigation systems, and mediate disputes. In return, the lugal received a portion of the agricultural surplus. The lugals also owned land, sometimes very large amounts of land. This land would be worked by farmers who gave part of the harvest to the lugal, just as they gave part to the temple. So the lugal and the priests were both extracting resources from the farmers, though they did so in exchange for providing services, protection, and religious authority. The lugal wasn't always an absolute ruler. In some cities, especially earlier on, the lugal shared power with a council of priests or a general assembly of free men. We have some evidence from texts that suggest certain cities had assemblies where important decisions were debated. But over time, the trend was toward the lugal having more power and less sharing of authority. This tension between the lugal and the priests, between civil and religious authority, was a recurring feature of Mesopotamian politics. The priests controlled the temples, which were the main economic institutions in the society. The lugal controlled the army and the government. Both were necessary, so both had power. But they weren't always in agreement about how that power should be used. This dynamic created a kind of checks and balances system, not intentionally designed, but emerging naturally from the structure of authority. These city-states didn't exist in isolation. They had trade relationships with one another and with more distant regions. We have evidence of Mesopotamian goods being traded far away, all the way to the Indus Valley in what's now Pakistan and India. We have evidence of materials being brought back from distant regions. Lapis lazuli from what's now Afghanistan. Timber from the mountains. Precious stones and metals from neighboring regions. This long-distance trade would have required merchants and traders to travel vast distances. It would have required some form of common understanding about the value of goods, even if the actual currency being used was barter or something like grain or silver. It would have required trust and repeated interactions between communities. Cities like Uruk became hubs for this trade. Merchants from distant regions would come to Uruk to buy and sell goods. Uruk merchants would travel to other cities and regions to obtain goods they needed. This made cities like Uruk wealthy and cosmopolitan. They had access to goods and ideas from across the known world, but it also made them vulnerable. If the trade routes were disrupted, the city suffered economically. If distant regions stopped wanting what the city produced, that was a problem. This economic dependence on trade was both a strength and a weakness. It made cities like Uruk powerful and rich, but it also meant they had to maintain good relationships with other cities and regions. The way the city-states organized their economies reveals a lot about how early Mesopotamian civilization functioned. The temple was the central economic institution in almost every city. The temple owned land, often very large amounts of land, the best land usually. The land was worked by farmers who gave part of their harvest to the temple. The temple also received other offerings, grain, oil, animals, whatever the people of the city could provide. The temple collected taxes on trade and on various types of economic activity. The temple produced goods, textiles, pottery, tools. These were produced by craftspeople who worked for the temple, received housing and food from the temple, and produced goods for the temple to trade. The temple also operated storehouses where grain was kept in massive quantities, sometimes enough to last through several lean years. This served multiple purposes. It provided security against famine. It was a strategic reserve in case of war or siege. It was a commodity that could be traded. It was also a way to maintain control over the population. The temple would distribute grain to workers as payment for labor or as charity to the poor. This dependency kept people connected to the temple and subject to its authority. The relationship between the people and the temple was complex and mutually dependent. The people depended on the temple for security, employment, and assistance in times of crisis. The temple depended on the people for labor and offerings. The temple provided early social services. If a harvest failed, a family could receive grain from the temple. If someone was injured or sick, the temple might provide support. If a widow or orphan had no one to support them, the temple might take them in. This wasn't pure charity, but part of the temple's role as the community's center. The temple was expected to care for the community, and the community supported the temple through labor and offerings. The distribution of grain was recorded on clay tablets. We have thousands of tablets listing how much grain was distributed to individuals or workers. This created accountability and a permanent record of obligations. If a person received grain as a loan, that debt had to be repaid. If they couldn't repay in grain, they could work off the debt through labor. This system created possibilities for complex economic relationships, credit, and debt. A farmer receiving seed grain in spring had to repay it at harvest. If the harvest was good, repayment included an additional amount, an interest payment, essentially. This is one of the earliest known systems of credit and interest. The temple also controlled craft production. Textiles were produced in temple workshops, usually by women who received housing, food, and some additional payment. The textiles produced were valuable trade goods that could be traded to other cities or distant regions, or given as gifts to build alliances. The same system applied to pottery, toolmaking, and metalworking. The temple controlled raw materials, employed workers, and received finished goods. This gave the temple enormous economic power over production and supply chains. But the temple didn't control everything. Farmers owned land beyond temple property. Some became quite successful. Merchants engaged in private trade. Craftspeople worked independently, making goods to trade or sell. This mixed system created a dynamic economy with stability from temple institutions and flexibility from private enterprise. The society that emerged from this system was highly stratified. There was a clear distinction between those who had wealth and power and those who didn't. The hierarchy wasn't just an economic matter. It was embedded in law, in custom, in religious belief, and in social practice. At the top were the priests and the lugal. They controlled the major institutions and had direct access to the wealth produced by the society. They could make decisions that affected everyone else. They could demand labor and goods. They could give orders that had to be obeyed. They had leisure time that ordinary people didn't have. They could afford luxuries, fine clothes, better food, decorations, and leisure. They had prestige and honor. People bowed to them or made gestures of respect. Their families were part of the elite. Their children had access to education and opportunities that other children didn't have. The sons of priests and lugals would become priests and leaders themselves. The daughters would marry into other elite families, making alliances between powerful groups. Below them was a merchant class, people who engaged in trade and had accumulated wealth. These merchants had more freedom than farmers and workers. They could buy and sell goods. They could travel. They could accumulate wealth in ways that laborers couldn't. Some became quite wealthy, but they weren't at the very top of the hierarchy. They were dependent on the permission of the temples and the lugals for their activities. They paid taxes. They had to follow rules. They could be called upon to provide services or resources. Below them was a skilled worker class, craftspeople with valuable skills and some degree of independence, potters, metalworkers, carpenters, scribes, and other specialists. These people had knowledge that was valued. They were paid better than ordinary laborers. They had some security because they were hard to replace, but they still were subject to authority. If they worked for the temple, they had to follow the rules of the temple. If they worked privately, they still had to follow the laws and pay taxes. Below them was a large class of farmers, many of whom owned their own land and some of whom worked for the temple or for wealthy individuals. The farmers were the majority of the population, probably something like 80 or 90% of everyone. The farmers produced the food that everyone ate. Without them, the whole system would collapse. But socially and politically, they had very little power. Their work was needed but not valued. They could be forced to work on large projects like building ziggurats or maintaining irrigation systems. They had to pay taxes or give offerings to the temple. Their lives were dominated by agricultural work. Their diet was basic, their clothes were simple, their houses were small and often made of mud brick. At the bottom were slaves. We have evidence of slavery in Mesopotamia from this period, and though the extent and nature of slavery is debated by scholars. Some slaves were prisoners of war. When a city conquered another city or tribe, the captives might be enslaved. Some were people who had fallen into debt slavery, people who owed debts they couldn't pay and had to work to pay them off. Some were probably bought and sold as property. Slaves could own property in some cases and could work toward their own freedom, especially in the case of debt slaves. When the debt was paid off, they became free again. But while enslaved, they had no rights. They were property of their owners. They could be bought and sold. They could be punished. They could be forced to work. Slavery in ancient Mesopotamia wasn't the same as slavery in later historical periods, like the slavery of the American South or the slavery in ancient Rome. But it existed, and it represented a permanent or semi-permanent underclass of unfree people. The existence of this stratified society was possible because of agricultural surplus. Without the surplus, there couldn't be priests and rulers and merchants not producing food. Everyone would have to be producing food just to survive. The surplus had to be large enough to support a significant non-producing population. The irrigation systems that made the surplus possible were thus foundational to the entire social structure. This is the fundamental relationship. More irrigation meant more surplus. More surplus meant more people not producing food could be supported. More people not producing food meant more soldiers, more priests, more administrators, more craftspeople, more merchants. More of all these meant a more complex and sophisticated society. More complex society meant more need for organization, which meant more administration, which meant more non-food producers. The system fed on itself in a positive cycle. Each increase in productivity led to increased complexity, which led to the need for more administrative and organizational activities. The environment and the social organization were intimately connected. The challenges posed by the Mesopotamian environment created the need for organization. The organization created the conditions for civilization to emerge. The river made the surplus possible. The surplus made the society possible. The society organized itself to manage the river and the surplus. And through this process, cities emerged, writing was invented, governments developed, and civilization took root. Power in Mesopotamia flowed from multiple sources. Religious authority came from controlling the temple and claiming to mediate between the gods and the people. Economic power came from controlling land, production, and trade. Military power came from controlling soldiers and weapons. Political authority came from making decisions that affected the community. The priests had religious authority primarily. The Lugal had military and political authority primarily. But there was overlap. The Lugal often had religious authority as well. The priests often had economic and political power. The relationship between these sources of power was constantly negotiated. A Lugal who was too ambitious and tried to take too much power from the priests might find the priests withdrawing support or religious sanction. A priestly class that was too conservative and didn't support the military needs of the Lugal might find the Lugal taking over their property or reducing their influence. This created a tension that played out differently in different cities and at different times. But in the long run, over the course of Mesopotamian history, the trend was toward the Lugal gaining more power at the expense of the priests. Kings became more absolute. Religious authority became more subordinate to royal authority. But that process took centuries, and during the period we're talking about, the balance was still being worked out. The spiritual world in Mesopotamia was just as complex and structured as the physical world. The Sumerians believed in a pantheon of gods, dozens of them, each with specific roles and responsibilities. It was a populated heaven. There was a chief god, Enlil, the god of wind and storms and the leader of the divine assembly. He was considered the king of the gods, the one who made the final decisions. There was Anu, the sky god, older and more distant, almost too elevated to be regularly worshipped directly. There was Enki, the god of waters and wisdom and crafts and magic. He was associated with civilization and knowledge. There was Ninhursag, a mother goddess associated with fertility and birth. There were sun and moon gods. There were storm gods. There were gods of various natural phenomena and human activities. There were gods of individual cities. Uruk had Inanna, the goddess of love, war, and fertility. She was one of the most important goddesses, and one of the most frequently represented in texts and art. Ur had Nanna, the moon god. Lagash had Ningirsu, a god of war and irrigation and associated with the spring floods. Each city had its patron deity, the god or goddess, who was believed to protect and sustain that particular city. The relationship between a city and its god was thought to be almost like a contractual relationship. The god would protect the city and bring prosperity. The people would worship the god and provide offerings. Each city's main temple was dedicated to that city's patron god or goddess. The god was believed to actually live in the temple. The temple was the god's house. The statue of the god in the temple was considered to be the god, or at least a physical manifestation of the god. This wasn't seen as idolatry or false worship. The statue was genuinely believed to be connected to the divine. When you were in the presence of the statue, you were in the presence of the god, or at least as close to the god as a human could get. The priests would feed the god, dress the god, perform rituals for the god, daily rituals in the morning and evening, seasonal rituals marking the important times of the agricultural year, rituals to mark important events like a successful military campaign or a military defeat. The god would receive offerings of food, drink, and goods. The god was treated like a wealthy person living in a grand house. Food would be prepared in the temple kitchens and placed before the statue. The food would be eaten by the priests after being ritually offered to the god. The god was believed to consume the essence or the spiritual benefit of the food, and the priests consumed the actual physical food. Everyone benefited. The god received the spiritual benefit and the honor of being cared for. The priests received the material benefit of the food. The theological logic was internally consistent and satisfying to both parties. The Mesopotamian gods were not perfect or omnipotent in the way that later monotheistic religions conceived of God. The Mesopotamian gods had personalities. They had emotions. They had conflicts with one another. They could be tricked. They could be angry. They could be appeased. They could make mistakes. The mythology recorded stories of the gods fighting with one another, of gods being defeated by other gods, of gods making mistakes and having to deal with the consequences. This made the gods seem more real, more like the humans who worshipped them. They weren't distant or perfect. They were powerful but flawed. The gods wanted respect and offerings. If they received them, they would help the city and bring prosperity. If they didn't, they might punish the city by withholding rain, or allowing an enemy to attack, or bringing disease or other misfortunes. The relationship between humans and gods was transactional. It was a business arrangement almost. Humans provided offerings and respect and labor. Gods provided protection and prosperity and military victory. If either side failed to fulfill its obligations, the relationship broke down. If humans stopped offering respect, the gods might withdraw their protection. If gods stopped protecting their people, the people might question their loyalty to those gods. This meant that religious ritual was important not just spiritually, but practically. It was the mechanism by which the relationship with the gods was maintained. A king or priest who failed to perform the proper rituals was failing in a crucial responsibility, the responsibility to maintain the gods' favor and protection. If disaster struck after the rituals were neglected, the blame would fall on whoever failed to perform them. This created a situation where religious practice was taken very seriously. The consequences of failure could be severe, not just spiritually, but politically and militarily. The gods were believed to influence events in the physical world. A military victory was attributed to the favor of the gods. A defeat was attributed to divine displeasure, or to the fact that the god of the enemy was stronger in that particular moment. A good harvest came from the god's blessing and from the proper performance of seasonal rituals. A failed harvest came from the god's anger or withdrawal of support, or from the fact that the necessary rituals had not been performed correctly. This gave religious authority enormous power. If a priest said that a particular action had angered the gods, that claim couldn't be easily disproven. The gods were invisible, and their actions often couldn't be directly observed. So religious specialists had a kind of privileged access to knowledge about what the gods wanted and what the gods were thinking. A priest could claim the gods wanted something, and unless there was obvious reason to doubt it, the community had to accept that claim. This gave priests and religious institutions tremendous influence over decision-making at every level of society. A lugal who wanted to go to war had to have the priests perform divination rituals to determine if the gods approved. The outcome of the rituals was often that the gods did approve, conveniently. A farmer who wanted to plant his fields at a particular time had to consult the religious calendar to find an auspicious day. A community that as suffering from disease or disaster would consult priests to find out what the gods were angry about and how to make amends. Maybe a sacrifice was needed. Maybe neglected rituals needed to be performed. Maybe an offense against a god needed to be corrected. The religious calendar was important, structured around the growing season and seasonal changes. Festivals mark the beginning of the agricultural year, harvest time, and the new year. The most important was the Spring New Year festival, when the king underwent ritual humiliation. He would be stripped of royal insignia and present himself to the god to ask for continued blessings. The priests would then restore his authority. This ritual reinforced that the king's authority came from the god, not his own power. It created opportunity for the priests to show their power. The festival included public ceremonies, processions, and celebrations when the entire community gathered around shared religious practice. Community identity was tied to the city's god. Being part of the city meant worshipping the city's god. Being conquered meant your city's god had been defeated by the conqueror's god. This religious identity was as important as political identity. The architecture of Mesopotamia reflected this religious focus and this need for organization and control. The most distinctive structure in a Mesopotamian city was the ziggurat, a massive stepped pyramid built as a platform for a temple. The largest and most famous ziggurats are later ones, like the Great Ziggurat of Ur, built during the Ur III period, which still stands today as a visible reminder of Mesopotamian power. But the tradition of building on platforms goes back to the Uruk period and earlier. The White Temple of Uruk that we talked about earlier was built on a raised platform, an early form of the ziggurat tradition. Building a ziggurat required enormous amounts of labor and resources. The materials had to be gathered. In southern Mesopotamia, there wasn't much stone, so mud bricks were used, thousands of them, made from local clay. The bricks had to be made, dried, and transported. The structure had to be designed and laid out. It required planning, organization, and commitment to a long-term project. A ziggurat might take years or even decades to build. Multiple generations might work on a single ziggurat. It required regular contributions of labor and materials from the population. Farmers would be called upon to work on the ziggurat during the off-season, when they weren't needed for agricultural work. Craftspeople would contribute their skills. The entire city was mobilized to build the structure. A ziggurat demonstrated the power of the community that built it. It showed that the community could organize enough labor to build something massive and permanent. It showed that the community had religious conviction strong enough to motivate people to work on something that had no immediate practical benefit. There was no shelter in a ziggurat. No one lived there. It was purely religious, purely ceremonial. Yet people devoted vast resources to building it. That says something about how important religion was, how important the relationship with the gods was to these communities. A ziggurat was visible from a distance. Approaching a city, you would see the ziggurat rising above the landscape long before anything else. It announced the presence and power of the city and the city's god. In a mostly flat landscape, a ziggurat would stand out dramatically as the tallest thing for miles. The ziggurat was the base on which the god's house was built. The temple stood on top. The god was believed to look down from the top over the city and surrounding lands. Only priests were allowed to climb to the top. The general population could bring offerings but weren't allowed into the inner sanctum or upper levels. The ziggurat created a hierarchy of sacred space. The higher you went, the more sacred and restricted the space became. The top, where the god was thought to live, was the most sacred and most restricted space. The base was more open and accessible. You could stand at the base and look up at the ziggurat. You could bring your offerings there. You could pray there, but you couldn't climb to the top. This spatial organization reflected the spiritual and social hierarchy. The distance of a person from the top of the ziggurat reflected their distance from the divine. Priests who climbed to the top were closest to the gods. The common people in the courtyards below were farther from the gods. This was intentional and purposeful. The architecture wasn't accidental or arbitrary. It was designed to teach spiritual lessons through physical experience. It reinforced spiritual truths through physical arrangement. Just by looking at and moving through the ziggurat, you were learning about the cosmic order and your place in it. The same principle applied to other temple structures. Temples typically had multiple courtyards and chambers. The outer courts were where ordinary people could go, especially on festival days when public ceremonies were held. Inner courts were restricted to higher-ranking priests. The inner sanctum where the deity's statue was housed was accessible only to the highest priests, sometimes only to the king during certain rituals. By moving through the temple, a person was moving deeper into the sacred and more restricted space. The transition from outer to inner was marked by doorways and boundaries. You had to pass through gates and barriers. Each one marked your movement into a more sacred space. This created a physical experience of the hierarchy of the spiritual world. You could feel, through your body and your movement, the increasing closeness to the divine as you moved inward. Other structures in cities also reflected this organization. Palaces where the king lived were typically monumental structures with fortifications. They demonstrated military power and royal authority. The palace would be walled and protected, showing that the king was important enough to require security and defense. Markets and storage facilities were arranged to facilitate trade and distribution of goods. They would be located in central areas accessible to the population, but also controlled and managed by the temple or the king. Streets were laid out in patterns that facilitated movement and probably in patterns that reflected religious or cosmological beliefs. Some streets might form patterns meant to direct the movement of people during processions or festivals. Some scholars have argued that some Mesopotamian cities were laid out to reflect the structure of the cosmos. The temple at the center represented the cosmic center. The walls around the city represented the boundaries of the created world. The gates represented the entrances to the city, places where the inside and outside, the safe and the dangerous, met. This cosmological understanding would have guided urban planning and architecture. A city wasn't just a practical arrangement of buildings. It was meant to be a reflection of the cosmic order. It was a miniature model of the universe itself. By living in a city arranged according to cosmic principles, people were aligning themselves with the order of the universe. They were living in harmony with cosmic forces. The physical structure of the city taught them about spiritual reality. Every time they moved through the city, they were moving through a physical representation of cosmic truth. As cities grew more complex and populations increased, the need for clear rules about how people should behave became urgent. You couldn't just rely on tradition or reputation anymore when you had thousands of people living in close proximity, strangers who didn't know each other, who came from different villages or different tribes. You needed written law. You needed rules that applied to everyone equally, or at least that appeared to apply equally. You needed consequences for breaking those rules, consequences that were predictable and understood in advance. The earliest legal texts we have from Mesopotamia date back to the late early dynastic period and into the Akkadian era. The most famous is the Code of Hammurabi, but that comes later, around 1750 BCE, well after the period we're Fokker using on. Earlier we have the Law Code of Ur-Nammu, written during the Ur-3 period, around 2100 BCE. This is one of the oldest written law codes we have, possibly the oldest. It was written in Sumerian on clay tablets and set out rules governing everything from wages to assault to theft to property disputes. The laws weren't randomly chosen. They addressed the issues that were causing problems in the society. Many laws dealt with commerce and trade, with contracts and debts. This makes sense because Mesopotamian cities were trade-oriented and disputes over commerce were probably common. Other laws dealt with property and theft. still others with personal violence, assault, and sexual crimes. The Code of Ur-Nammu had a structure that would become common in later legal codes. It listed situations or crimes and prescribed specific penalties. If a man put out another man's eye, the penalty was to pay a certain amount of silver. If a man struck another man on the cheek, the penalty was different. If a man stole something, the penalty depended on what was stolen and the value. There was an attempt at proportionality, though not in the way modern justice systems think about it. The penalties weren't intended to be fair in an abstract sense. They were intended to restore order and compensate the injured party. If you damaged someone's property, you had to pay them. The amount might not match the exact value of the damage, but it was meant to provide compensation. If you committed violence against someone, you might have to pay their family. Again, the amount wasn't necessarily equivalent to the injury, but it provided a mechanism for resolving the conflict. Many codes had a principle called lex talionis, law of retaliation, an eye for an eye. But in practice, it wasn't always applied literally. Often you could pay money instead of submitting to the same injury. This made sense because you couldn't actually run a functioning society if people were constantly blinding each other or cutting off hands. Money, on the other hand, could be paid and the matter settled. What's interesting about the early law codes is how they reveal the social hierarchy of the society. Laws weren't applied equally to everyone. Different classes of people faced different penalties for the same crime. In the Code of Hammurabi, which came after the period we're focusing on but probably reflects practices that existed earlier, there were 3 categories of people: free persons, commoners, and slaves. If a free person injured another free person, the penalty was one thing. If a free person injured a commoner, the penalty was less. If a free person injured a slave, the penalty was even less. Conversely, if a slave harmed a free person, the penalty was much harsher. This legal system encoded the social hierarchy into law. It reflected the actual power relationships in society. A free person could injure a slave with minimal legal consequence. A slave couldn't do the same to a free person without facing severe punishment. The law didn't pretend everyone was equal. It made the inequality explicit and enforceable. The laws also dealt with occupations and wages. Wages for labourers, craftspeople, and other workers were set by law. A mason had to be paid at a certain rate, a labourer at another rate. This might seem odd to modern ears, but it reflects how organised Mesopotamian society was. The government, or the temple authorities, felt they had the right to set wages to maintain order and fairness. By setting standard rates, the authorities created stability. They also protected workers from being exploited. You couldn't pay a mason less than the standard wage. You had to pay the set amount. Sexual laws were also important in the codes. Laws governed marriage, divorce, and sexuality. A man could divorce his wife for various reasons, though the process and consequences varied depending on the law code. A woman had less ability to initiate divorce, but in some codes she could if her husband treated her badly or if he had taken other wives and wasn't supporting her properly. Sexual relations outside marriage were illegal, at least for women. A woman who committed adultery faced harsh penalties, sometimes even death. A man who committed adultery faced lesser penalties, or sometimes no penalty at all depending on the code and the circumstances. Again, the law reflected the actual power relationships in society. Women were under the authority of husbands. The laws also regulated commercial transactions and contracts. If you loaned someone money, the agreement had to be witnessed and documented on clay tablets. If the person didn't repay, you had legal recourse. You could take them to court. This created a framework for credit and commerce. It protected lenders and ensured debts got paid, but it also created the possibility that someone could fall into debt slavery. If you borrowed money and couldn't repay, you became the property of the lender until the debt was worked off. The laws were specific about different types of loans and different interest rates. A loan of grain might have different terms than a loan of silver. Laws also dealt with what happened if a hired worker was injured on the job. If a man hired someone to work and that person was injured and died, the law specified what the compensation would be. The legal codes were public. They were written on stone monuments and placed in central locations where people could see them. A king might have a stone stele made with his laws carved into it and set it up in a public place. This showed the king's wisdom and justice. It made people aware of the laws so they couldn't claim ignorance. It demonstrated the king's commitment to order and fairness. The law codes were also part of propaganda. A king who issued a law code was presenting himself as a just ruler, someone who cared about his people and maintained order. The enforcement of laws required officials and bureaucracy. Judges had to be appointed and trained. In Mesopotamia, judges often came from the priestly class or were appointed by the king. They heard cases and determined guilt or innocence. They assigned punishments and ordered compensation. The judge's role was crucial because most people were illiterate. They couldn't read the laws themselves. They had to rely on the judge to know the law and apply it correctly. This gave judges enormous power over the lives of ordinary people. A dishonest judge could apply the law selectively or incorrectly for personal gain. To guard against this, there were rules about how judges should behave and about their qualifications. But the existence of written law meant there was at least a standard to appeal to. If you thought the judge was wrong, you could potentially argue that his verdict violated the written law. The written law codes created accountability that hadn't existed before. As Mesopotamian civilization developed, the need to understand and record the past became important. The people wanted to know where their city came from, who had ruled before, how long they had ruled, in what order they had succeeded one another. This need led to the creation of what we call the Sumerian king list, one of the most important historical documents from ancient Mesopotamia. The king list is a curious document because it mixes the clearly legendary with the apparently historical. It begins with rulers who reigned for unbelievably long periods. Before the Great Flood, one king reigned for 36,000 years, another for 43,200 years. These are obviously not real years. No one lived that long. No one ruled that long. But the Sumerian king list records these reigns as if they were facts. After the flood, the reign lengths become shorter, but still impossibly long. One king reigned for 900 years, another for 600 years. Gradually, over the course of the list, the reign lengths decrease, becoming more and more realistic, until they reach what might be plausible for actual historical periods. The list eventually gets down to rulers reigning for 50 years, 30 years, 20 years. The king list was composed in the old Babylonian period, around 1800 BCE, but it draws on much older traditions and records. Some of the kings listed in the later parts of the list are known from other sources and may have actually existed. But the earliest parts are clearly mythological. What's interesting about the king list is how it reveals how Mesopotamians thought about their own history. They wanted to believe that their civilization stretched back to the very beginning of time. They wanted to link their current rulers with legendary ancient kings. By listing all the kings in sequence, they were asserting that their civilization had an ancient and unbroken heritage. The king list also served a political function. It legitimized the current king by placing him in a line of succession that stretched back to the beginning of time. Your king didn't just rule because he was powerful. He ruled because the succession was ordained, because he was following in the footsteps of ancient kings. The king list also shows how the Sumerians thought about political transitions. When one dynasty fell and another rose, how did the Sumerians explain this? Their solution was to have the kingship pass from one city to another. After the Great Flood, the king list says, the first city to have the kingship was one city. Then after a long period, the kingship moved to another city. In this way, all the major cities of Mesopotamia could be fitted into the scheme. They each had their period when they held the kingship, ruled the land, and were the dominant power. The concept of the kingship was important in Mesopotamian thought. Kingship wasn't just a title or a position, it was almost a cosmic force. The kingship was something that existed independent of the individual who held it. Kings came and went, but the kingship continued. When a city lost the kingship, they could regain it later. When a dynasty fell, the kingship would pass to another city, another dynasty. This way of thinking about politics allowed the Sumerians to accept changes in power without viewing them as chaotic. The kingship itself was eternal and stable. The individual kings and dynasties were temporary. The king list shows that the Sumerians were thinking about history, about the past, about how their civilization had developed. They were trying to create a narrative that made sense of the political changes and conflicts they experienced. This historical consciousness, this desire to understand and record the past, is another marker of civilization. As Mesopotamian societies developed and became more complex, the need for tools that could increase productivity became more urgent. Better tools meant higher yields from farming. Better tools meant faster construction. Better tools meant more and better goods could be produced and traded. Mesopotamians didn't invent the wheel, but they were among the first to use it effectively and to understand its potential. The wheel appears in archaeological contexts around 3500 BCE, roughly contemporary with the earliest writing. Some scholars argue that the wheel was invented in the steppes to the north or east and was adopted by Mesopotamians. Others argue it was invented in Mesopotamia itself. Either way, by the Uruk period and the early dynastic period, wheels were being used on carts and vehicles. The wheel itself seems like an obvious invention in retrospect, but it actually isn't obvious at all. Many ancient societies didn't have wheels. It requires understanding the concept of a perfect circle, of axles, of how to attach wheels to a frame in a way that allows rotation. It requires specific materials, wood that can be worked into the right shapes. It requires a lot of technical knowledge that has to be figured out through experiment and practice. Once invented, though, the wheel transformed transport. Carts pulled by donkeys or oxen could carry much more cargo than people could carry on their backs. Carts could travel faster over longer distances. This made trade easier and more efficient. It allowed goods to be transported from one place to another more quickly and cheaply. This opened up trade networks and made it economically sensible to trade over longer distances. The wheel also made warfare more efficient and changed military strategy fundamentally. Chariots, carts with wheels pulled by horses or donkeys, could be used by soldiers to devastating effect. A chariot driver and an archer could move quickly across a battlefield at speeds impossible for infantry, strike at enemies, and then withdraw to safety. Chariots were expensive to build and maintain, so they were luxury weapons used by the elite and by kings, but they were effective and changed the nature of warfare. A single chariot could theoretically outrun many foot soldiers. Control of the roads and ability to move quickly became military advantages. The development of the plough was another crucial innovation in agriculture. The plough allowed farmers to turn over soil more efficiently and prepare fields for planting much faster than hand labour could accomplish. Early ploughs were probably simple wooden implements, a pointed stick or shaped piece of wood pulled by animals, but they could dig deeper and turn more soil than handheld tools. A farmer with a plough could cultivate 2 or 3 times more land than a farmer with hand tools alone. This meant higher productivity from the same amount of labour. Higher productivity meant more food could be grown. More food meant the population could increase and support more non-food producing people. The plough required draft animals, donkeys or oxen, which themselves had to be fed and cared for. It required someone with knowledge of how to make a plough and maintain it properly. It required skill to use effectively so as not to damage the soil or the animals. But once these requirements were met, the benefits were enormous and transformative. The development of the plough probably contributed significantly to the growth of population and the expansion of settled civilization in Mesopotamia. Entire new territories that had been too labor-intensive to farm became economically viable with the plough. Bronze technology was another crucial innovation. Bronze is an alloy, a mixture of copper and tin. Copper was known and used in Mesopotamia from very early times, but pure copper is soft and doesn't hold an edge very well. Around 3000 BCE, Mesopotamians figured out how to mix copper with tin to make bronze, a much harder and more durable metal. Bronze could be used to make better tools and better weapons. A bronze knife held an edge better than a copper one. A bronze spear point was more effective than a copper one. Bronze tools were more durable and required less frequent replacement. This was a significant advancement. Making bronze required finding and mining copper and tin. Tin was relatively rare and had to be traded for from distant regions, possibly from Anatolia or Central Asia. Copper was more common, but also had to be mined and transported. Bronze making also required the knowledge of how to work with these metals, how to smelt them, how to mix them in the right proportions, how to cast them into shapes. This knowledge had to be discovered through experimentation and transmitted to others. As bronze technology spread, it allowed for better quality tools and weapons. It increased productivity in agriculture, construction, and craftwork. It improved military effectiveness. These benefits justified the effort and cost of obtaining the materials. Trade routes developed specifically to obtain copper and tin. Mesopotamian merchants traveled to distant regions to buy these materials, or to trade for them. Materials flowed in, finished bronze goods flowed out. This trade was profitable and helped make merchant cities wealthy. The development of the wheeled vehicle, the plough, and bronze technology all occurred within the time frame W. You're talking about from roughly 4000 to 2000 BCE. Together, they represented a dramatic increase in the technological sophistication of Mesopotamian civilization. They also show a pattern that would continue throughout human history. Technology develops in response to needs. It enables new possibilities. Those possibilities are exploited and create new needs. As productivity increased from the wheel, the plough, and bronze, society became wealthier and more complex. More wealth meant more resources could be devoted to other pursuits. More people could be supported in non-productive occupations. This freed up time and resources for people to engage in intellectual pursuits, to develop mathematics, astronomy, and writing beyond simple accounting. The innovations in technology and the accumulation of surplus wealth created the conditions for the flourishing of intellectual and artistic culture in Mesopotamia. Understanding the cosmos was important to the Mesopotamians for both practical and spiritual reasons. The movements of the sun, moon, and stars were unpredictable without knowledge. But once you understood the patterns, you could predict them. You could know when the sun would rise and set. You could know the phases of the moon. You could know when the seasons would change. This knowledge was valuable for agriculture. Knowing when to plant and when to harvest was crucial. The calendar had to be coordinated with the movements of the heavens. The Mesopotamians developed a sophisticated system of mathematics to describe and predict celestial movements. They used a base 60 number system, sexagesimal, a system we still use today when we divide an hour into 60 minutes and a minute into 60 seconds. We still divide a circle into 360 degrees. Why base 60? It's not entirely clear, but one theory is that it was convenient because 60 is divisible by many numbers. You can divide 60 by 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 12, 15, 20, and 30. This makes it useful for mathematics and for dividing time and space into equal parts. The Mesopotamians created mathematical tables carved into clay tablets, tablets that were used as reference works by scribes and mathematicians. These tables listed multiples of various numbers, making calculations faster and easier. They could multiply by looking up numbers in a table, instead of doing the calculation by hand and in their heads. They created comprehensive tables for division, for reciprocals, for square roots, for squares of numbers. Some tablets contained hundreds of entries, carefully organized and checked for accuracy. They solved mathematical problems that we would recognize as algebra or geometry today. A clay tablet might list a problem like this. A field has a certain area. One dimension is one unit longer than the other. What are the dimensions? Or another, a canal is being dug. 10 men working together can dig it in a certain number of days. How many men are needed to dig it in fewer days? The Mesopotamians could solve these problems using their mathematical knowledge and their reference tables. They also had methods for calculating the volumes of containers, the areas of various shapes, and the proportions needed in construction. The development of mathematics was partly practical and utilitarian, driven by real needs to calculate land areas, track goods, and enlarge construction projects of temples and walls. But it also became more abstract and theoretical. Mathematicians worked on problems that had no immediate practical application, just because the problems were interesting and intellectually challenging. They explored the properties of numbers and shapes for their own sake. They developed methods for solving problems and tested those methods against other problems. This shows that intellectual curiosity was valued in Mesopotamia. People had the leisure and the resources to pursue knowledge for its own sake, not just for practical benefit. Astronomy was tied closely to astrology and divination. The Mesopotamians believed that the movements of celestial bodies could reveal the will of the gods. By observing and predicting the movements of the sun, moon, and stars, priests could divine what the gods intended. An eclipse was a significant event. Did it portend good or bad? Was it a sign that the gods were angry? Was it a signal that important changes were coming? The king and other leaders relied on priests to interpret celestial phenomena. A favorable astronomical sign might embolden a king to go to war. An unfavorable sign might convince him to hold back. Astronomy wasn't just about predicting the future. It was about understanding the structure of the cosmos. The Mesopotamians developed theories about how the heavens were organized. They identified planets and tracked their movements over time. They noticed that some planets moved across the sky, while stars maintained fixed positions relative to each other. They noticed that the moon passed through phases and that it sometimes blocked the sun, causing an eclipse. They created maps of the stars, identifying constellations and assigning names to them. They told stories about the beings represented by the stars. Some of the constellation names that the Mesopotamians created, though often modified, are still used in modern astronomy today. The mathematical and astronomical knowledge of the Mesopotamians was substantial and sophisticated for the time. They could predict eclipses with remarkable accuracy, knowing when they would occur and from where on Earth they would be visible. They could calculate the lengths of day and night at different times of year, knowing that these lengths varied seasonally. They understood the relationship between the calendar and the celestial movements, recognizing that the two systems had to be coordinated. They encoded this knowledge in writing on clay tablets so it could be preserved and transmitted accurately to future generations of astronomers and priests. The pursuit of mathematical and astronomical knowledge represents a significant moment in human intellectual history. It shows that humans were not just trying to survive or to acquire wealth and power. They were trying to understand the world, They were trying to discover the laws and principles that governed nature. They were developing the foundations of what would eventually become science. The Mesopotamians didn't have the scientific method as we know it today. They couldn't do experiments or test hypotheses in the way modern scientists do. But they were observing, recording, calculating, and trying to find patterns and principles. They were developing the intellectual tools that would eventually enable science to develop in later civilizations. Perhaps no work of literature tells us more about what ancient Mesopotamians valued and worried about than the Epic of Gilgamesh. The epic exists in many different versions and fragments, the earliest versions dating to around 2100 BCE, though parts of the story are probably much older and existed in oral tradition long before being written down. The story centers on Gilgamesh, the king of Uruk, a man of great strength and ability, but also flawed and mortal. The story begins by telling us that Gilgamesh is 2/3 divine and 1/3 human. He's not a god, but he's not entirely human either. He's superior to ordinary people in power and ability, but still subject to human limitations, particularly the limitation of mortality. The other main character is Enkidu, a man created by the gods to be a match for Gilgamesh, to balance him and prevent him from oppressing the people of Uruk. Enkidu and Gilgamesh fight when they first meet, but they become close friends and companions. Together, they have adventures, traveling to distant lands and fighting monsters and demons. But then Enkidu dies, struck down by the gods as punishment for their arrogance and their pride. Gilgamesh is devastated by the loss. The death of his friend sends him on a desperate quest to find the secret of immortality. He travels across the world seeking answers to the question of how to avoid death. He meets Pau, who tell him about a man named Utnapishtim who survived a great flood and was granted eternal life by the gods. Gilgamesh seeks out Utnapishtim and asks him for the secret of immortality. Utnapishtim tells the story of the Great Flood, how the gods decided to destroy humanity because the noise and activity of humans offended them, how one god warned Utnapishtim to build a boat and survive the flood, how all other humans were killed. This flood story is particularly famous because it bears clear similarities to the flood story found much later in the Hebrew Bible. After the flood, Utnapishtim says, the gods granted him and his wife immortality as a reward for his piety. But he tells Gilgamesh that there is a magic plant at the bottom of the sea that can restore youth. Gilgamesh dives in and retrieves the plant. But then a serpent steals it from him. Gilgamesh returns home to Uruk empty-handed. He never finds immortality. He never discovers how to avoid death. He returns to his city to live out his mortal life, presumably with greater wisdom and acceptance of his human limitations. The epic doesn't end with Gilgamesh achieving what he set out to achieve. It ends with him accepting his mortality and finding meaning in other things. He returns to Uruk and finds meaning in the city he has built, in the walls and buildings that will outlast him, in the legacy he will leave. The story tells us something important about what Mesopotamians valued. They valued friendship and loyalty deeply. The relationship between Gilgamesh and Enkidu is central to the story. It's portrayed as deep and meaningful. Gilgamesh's love for Enkidu drives the entire second half of the epic. When Enkidu dies, Gilgamesh grieves genuinely and intensely. He can't accept the loss. This emotional depth shows that Mesopotamians understood the value of human relationships and connections. They worried about death and immortality. Gilgamesh is obsessed with avoiding death and finding eternal life. He embarks on a dangerous quest to find the secret of eternal life. But ultimately, the story tells us that death is inevitable. Humans cannot escape it. We must accept this limitation and find meaning in other ways. The epic suggests that the meaning of life doesn't come from avoiding death, but from the deeds you accomplish, from the things you build, from the relationships you form, from the legacy you leave behind. Gilgamesh's ultimate achievement is not immortality, but the building of Uruk's walls and the memory of his great deeds. The epic also concerns itself with civilization and what it means to be civilized. Enkidu begins as a wild man living with animals in the natural world. He's brought into contact with civilization through the efforts of the gods. He's taught human speech, human customs, human behavior. This process of becoming civilized is portrayed as positive. Civilization is what separates humans from animals, but the epic also questions the cost of civilization. Enkidu loses his innocence when he enters civilization. He experiences love. He struggles for power. He becomes embroiled in the conflicts of city life. And he eventually dies. There's a sense that civilization brings complexity and conflict along with its benefits. The story of the Great Flood embedded in the epic is significant and reveals something about Mesopotamian anxieties. It describes a catastrophe where the gods decide to destroy humanity because the noise and chaos of human civilization offends them. The flood kills everyone except Utnapishtim and his family and the animals on his boat. This story reveals anxiety about the stability and permanence of human civilization. For all its achievements, civilization can be destroyed. The gods can decide humanity isn't worthy and wipe everyone out. This reflects a real concern in Mesopotamian society. The floods of the Tigris and Euphrates were unpredictable and destructive. A major flood could destroy crops, kill people, and devastate cities. The flood story in the epic channels this real-world anxiety into mythological form. What makes the Gilgamesh epic particularly important is that it was written down and preserved on clay tablets. Before writing, stories like this existed only in oral tradition. They were told and retold from one generation to the next. But oral tradition is fragile. Stories change over time. Details are forgotten or altered. Eventually, the stories might be lost entirely if no one remembers them accurately. Writing allowed stories to be preserved exactly as they were written. The Gilgamesh epic was copied onto clay tablets. Multiple copies were made in different cities and at different times. Some were preserved through the centuries. When archaeologists excavated Mesopotamian sites, they found the tablets and were able to read the story. This is how we know what Gilgamesh says and does. This is how we know what ancient Mesopotamians worried about and valued. The development of writing to preserve literature represents another crucial step forward in human civilization. It's not just the ability to write about practical matters like receipts and inventories. It's the ability to create and preserve art and literature. It's the ability to transmit culture and knowledge across time. The epic was probably composed orally first, then written down and refined. Multiple versions existed in different regions and at different times, but the core story was preserved through writing and through the efforts of scribes who copied and recopied the tablets. The written versions became the authoritative texts. This allowed the story to reach a much wider audience than it could have orally. It allowed people who didn't hear it directly from a storyteller to experience it. It allowed the story to survive for thousands of years until it could be read and understood by modern scholars and the modern world. While the great epics and architectural monuments capture our imagination, the true heart of Mesopotamian civilization lay in the everyday lives of ordinary people. Most Sumerians were farmers who worked the land between the rivers, ploughing fields, planting grain, and managing irrigation systems. A typical farmhouse was modest, built from mud brick, often a single story with a central courtyard where family members and animals shared space. The courtyard was practical. It protected from the intense heat and provided a space where multiple tasks could happen at once. Women worked in the courtyard grinding grain, cooking, making textiles. Children played nearby. Animals were penned there for safety. The houses were not luxurious, but they were functional and suited to the climate. Food in Sumer was simple but varied. Bread was the staple, made from barley or wheat. People ate it daily, sometimes multiple times a day. Beer was consumed regularly, a thick, nutritious beverage that provided calories and hydration in a climate where water was often unsafe to drink. Fish and date palms provided additional food sources. Meat was eaten when available, but not regularly for most people. Beef or mutton was expensive and saved for special occasions or feasts. Vegetables grew in gardens, including onions, garlic, and legumes. The diet was supplemented with dates from date palms, which grew widely throughout Mesopotamia. Dates were sweet, nutritious, and could be stored for long periods, making them valuable. Clothing varied by social class and wealth. Common people wore simple garments, usually linen or wool, made from locally grown flax or raised sheep. Upper-class people wore more elaborate clothing, often with decorative elements. In the hot climate, much clothing was minimal. People wore loincloths or simple wraparound garments. Sandals protected feet from the hot ground. Wealthier people wore jewelry, necklaces, bracelets, and rings made from metal or semi-precious stones. These weren't just decoration. They were signs of wealth and status. Families were patriarchal. The father was the head of the household and had authority over wife and children. Marriage was contracted by parents or guardians, not chosen by the individuals involved. Daughters were part of family property and had little say in who they married. A man could have multiple wives if he could afford to support them. Divorce was possible, but difficult for women. A man could simply divorce his wife by declaration. A woman would need to prove serious misconduct by her husband. Children belonged to the father. If parents divorced, the father kept the children. Women had limited rights and limited control over property. A widow had some protection if there was a marriage contract, but she was vulnerable. A widow with children might be taken in by male relatives, but she would be dependent on their goodwill. Despite limited rights in law, women were necessary to society. A household couldn't function without a woman managing the domestic work. Women grew much of the food in gardens. They made textiles and clothing, they prepared meals, they had children and raised them. Women's work was essential, even if the legal system didn't grant them much control or freedom. Marriage contracts were written on clay tablets and specified the bride price paid by the groom's family to the bride's family. This wasn't payment for the woman herself, but compensation to the bride's family for the loss of her labor. If the bride was infertile or died without producing children, the contract might specify what compensation would be paid back. Marriage was a legal arrangement first and foremost, though love between spouses probably developed in many cases. Children were valued, particularly sons who would carry on the family line and inherit property. Infant mortality was high, however. Perhaps 1 in 4 children died before adulthood. Disease, malnutrition, and accident took their toll. Those who survived childhood had a reasonable chance of living into adulthood. A person who lived to 20 might live into their 50s or 60s, though this varied greatly depending on social class and luck. Slavery was present in Mesopotamian society. People became slaves through debt, through being captured in war, or through being born to slave parents. Slaves had no rights and could be bought and sold. They worked in fields, in homes, in temple complexes. A master could free a slave, and manumission was not uncommon, particularly for slaves who had been in a household for many years, or who had formed family relationships with free people. Some slaves were able to earn enough to buy their freedom. Others were freed by their masters as an act of charity or to fulfill a religious obligation. religious practice was woven into daily life. Every town had temples, and people made offerings and said prayers. People sought omens and divination to understand the will of the gods. They performed rituals to mark important life events, births, marriages, deaths. Death rituals were particularly important. The body had to be treated properly and buried properly, or the soul would wander restless. The wealthy were buried in more elaborate tombs, sometimes in underground chambers. Poor people were buried more simply, sometimes in mass graves. But all received some form of burial and ritual because the proper treatment of the dead was considered essential. Time was organized around the temple calendar and the agricultural calendar. Religious festivals occurred at regular intervals throughout the year. Many of these festivals were tied to the seasons and the agricultural cycle. A planting festival marked the beginning of the growing season. A harvest festival marked the end. These weren't just religious occasions. They were social occasions where people gathered, celebrated, and reinforced community ties. Work and leisure were not separated the way they are in modern life. Leisure time was limited. People worked sunrise to sunset for much of the year. But religious festivals and social occasions provided breaks from work. Markets occurred regularly and were social centers where news was exchanged and relationships maintained. The elderly were respected for their knowledge and experience, but aging meant reduced capacity to work and a greater dependence on family. A person without family to support them in old age faced hardship. But children had an obligation to care for parents, and the law sometimes specified this obligation. In sum, daily life for most Mesopotamians was hard physical labor, subsistence living, and strong family and community ties. It was shaped by the demands of agriculture, by hierarchy and patriarchy, by the rhythms of religious observance and seasonal change. It was a life far removed from the great monuments and writings we associate with Mesopotamian civilization, but it was the foundation upon which that civilization was built. Mesopotamia's greatest achievement wasn't just internal, it was creating systems that connected Mesopotamia to the wider world. Trade networks linking Mesopotamia to distant regions developed gradually, beginning as localized exchange between neighboring towns, and eventually expanding to encompass vast distances. These networks brought goods from far away and gave Mesopotamian products access to distant markets. Early trade was likely barter. A merchant from Mesopotamia might load a boat with grain or oil or finished goods and travel downriver to the Persian Gulf coast. There he would trade the goods for items not available locally, perhaps exotic woods, or luxury items, or raw materials like copper or tin. Trade could be profitable if you bought low and sold high. As trade expanded, merchants faced challenges. You had to know where to find goods you needed. You had to find someone willing to trade. You had to transport goods long distances safely. You had to know when prices were favorable for trading. Trade was risky. Weather could delay you. Bandits could attack. Political instability could close trade routes, but trade was also profitable for those who succeeded. Merchants who traded successfully became wealthy. Wealthy merchants had political influence. In some Mesopotamian cities, merchants became a significant force. Trade generated taxes for the state. If goods moved through a city, the state could tax the merchants and the goods. This gave rulers a motive to keep trade routes open and protected. The temple complexes in cities served multiple purposes, one of which was as centers for redistribution of goods obtained through trade. A temple might accumulate grain from taxes and trade, then redistribute it to workers and the poor during times of shortage. This made temples more than religious centers. They were economic institutions. Trade required knowledge of distant places and goods. Merchants developed networks and reputation. A merchant known to be honest and reliable could trade on credit, buying goods with the promise to pay later. A merchant with a poor reputation couldn't. Reputation was valuable in the ancient world just as it is today. Weights and measures had to be standardized for trade to work fairly. If the standard for a measurement of grain differed in different cities, merchant and buyer could dispute the transaction. Mesopotamian merchants and temple officials developed standardized weights, at least within certain regions. A signed contract on clay could specify exact quantities, making disputes easier to resolve. Navigation was important for river and sea trade. The Tigris and Euphrates could be traveled by boat, and the Persian Gulf could be navigated to reach distant coasts. Mesopotamian merchants traveled to the Indus Valley, to Egypt, to the coasts of the Arabian Peninsula, to Anatolia. The goods that flowed into Mesopotamia included cedar wood from Lebanon, used for construction and shipbuilding. Copper came from Anatolia and Cyprus. Tin came from the Far East, possibly from Central Asia or Afghanistan. These materials were essential for making bronze. Lapis lazuli, a semi-precious stone of deep blue color, came from Afghanistan and was highly valued. Shells from the Persian Gulf and distant seas were used in decorative arts. Gold came from various sources and was worked into jewelry and art. Mesopotamian goods flowed outward. Grain was a major export, produced in enormous quantities by Mesopotamian agriculture. Textiles made from wool and linen were exported. Finished goods made from imported raw materials were exported. A merchant might buy copper from Anatolia, sell it to a craftsman in Mesopotamia who made it into tools or art, and then export the finished product to a distant market. The profits could be substantial. Ports on the Persian Gulf became important trading centers. A city like Uruk or Lagash might have merchants involved in sea trade even though the city was inland, because goods could be transported downriver to ports and loaded onto ships. Some Mesopotamian merchants established trading posts in distant lands, permanent settlements where they could live and conduct business. These posts served as intermediaries, buying from local producers and reselling to merchants traveling through. A network of trade posts could span enormous distances. The growth of trade enriched the cities that participated in it. Merchants became wealthy and influential. Temples grew wealthier from taxes on trade. Craft workers prospered, making goods for export. Trade created connections between distant regions. Ideas, technologies, and cultural elements flowed along trade networks. A new technique discovered in one place could spread to another through traveling merchants. A story, a song, a religious idea could spread this way. Trade also spread disease. The goods that traveled along trade routes could carry parasites and pathogens. The animals used in trade, camels and donkeys, could be vectors for disease. But trade brought benefits that outweighed these costs. It connected the ancient world. It made regions interdependent. It created incentives for peace, because war disrupted trade and hurt everyone involved. Mesopotamian artisans were skilled and creative. The craftspeople who made pottery, worked with metal, carved stone, and wove textiles represented generations of accumulated knowledge and technique. Pottery was produced in enormous quantities. Much was utilitarian, clay vessels for storing grain, water, and oil. But some pottery was decorated and beautiful. Potters created distinctive styles in different regions and periods. The pottery found in archaeological sites tells us about trade networks. A style of pottery distinctive to one city found in another city suggests trade between the two. Pottery vessels were made on a potter's wheel, a tool that increased productivity compared to hand shaping. The wheel was not invented by Mesopotamians, but they adopted it and used it widely. A skilled potter working with a wheel could produce many vessels in a day. Pottery was fired in kilns to harden it. The temperature and atmosphere in the kiln affected the color and quality of the finished product. Potters developed techniques to control kilns to achieve desired results. Stone carving was another important craft. Mesopotamian craftspeople carved stone vessels, statues, and relief sculptures. Stone carving requires skill, strength, and patience. A worker chips away at the stone using stone or metal tools, gradually revealing the shape hidden in the stone. Religious and royal sculpture. This demanded the highest skill. A sculptor carving a statue of a god or king had to capture likeness and dignity. The statue would be viewed by many people and would represent the king or god. A poor sculpture reflected badly on the patron. The best Mesopotamian sculpture shows great skill in depicting human form, clothing, and expression. Metalworking was highly valued. Copper was worked into tools and vessels by Mesopotamian craftspeople from very early times. Once bronze technology developed, bronze working became important. Bronze could be cast in molds to create complex shapes. A metalworker would carve a mold from stone or make one from clay. Molten bronze would be poured into the mold. As it cooled and solidified, it would take the shape of the mold. This allowed creation of objects impossible to make by hammering and shaping. Fine details could be captured in bronze casting. A bronze statue or vessel could be beautiful and complex. The finest bronze work was reserved for temples and palaces. Weapons made of bronze were superior to copper weapons and made bronze workers essential. A king needed bronze weapons, and the craftspeople who could make them were valuable. Textiles were produced in enormous quantities, both for local use and for trade. Wool was sheared from sheep and carded to prepare it for spinning. Spinning twisted the fibers together to make thread. Weaving interlaced threads on a loom to create cloth. The quality of cloth depended on the quality of wool, the skill of the spinner, and the skill of the weaver. Fine wool produced fine cloth. Dyes were used to colour cloth, creating patterns and designs. Some colours were more expensive than others. Purple dye, made from sea snails, was extremely expensive and used only for the clothing of royalty and the wealthy. Other dyes came from plants. Blue and yellow dyes created various colours. Red dyes came from plants and insects. The work of creating textiles was labour-intensive, but the demand was large. Almost all clothing came from textile workers. Sails for boats, tapestries for temples, carpets for palaces, all were made by textile workers. The guild system, where craftspeople of the same type were organised together, may have begun in Mesopotamia. A guild would set standards for work, train apprentices, and control competition. A guild member agreed to maintain quality and fair prices. This PR protected consumers from poor quality work and protected guild members from ruinous competition. The best craftspeople were employed by temples and palaces. They received regular payment and security. A craftsperson working for a temple or palace was in a secure position compared to an independent craftsperson. Craftsmanship was respected and valued. A fine piece of work brought honour to the craftsperson. A renowned sculptor or metal worker could gain fame and high status. The skills were passed from father to son and from master to apprentice. The training took years. A young apprentice would work for a master, learning techniques and developing skill. The most talented apprentices could become master craftspeople in their own right. Warfare in Mesopotamia was frequent and consequential. The city-states competed for control of land and resources. Irrigation systems and water access were crucial for survival, so disputes over water rights led to conflict. Control of trade routes was valuable, and cities fought to maintain favourable positions. Personal ambition drove some rulers to expand their territory through conquest. Warfare was not constant, but it was regular. Raids and small conflicts happened frequently. Larger wars involving multiple cities happened less often but were still common. The earliest Mesopotamian warfare was probably conducted by militia, farmers, and ordinary people called up to fight when needed. As time went on and states developed, professional soldiers emerged. These were men who trained in FALL, full-time rather than occasionally. Professional soldiers were more effective than militia. They had more training and experience. They could be organized more efficiently. A standing army meant a ruler could respond quickly to threats or launch campaigns without waiting for militia to assemble. Weapons in early Mesopotamia were simple. Spears and bows were primary weapons. As metalworking developed, bronze weapons became available. Bronze spear points and arrowheads were superior to stone or bone. Bronze swords and axes became available for those who could afford them. Professional soldiers, being valuable and well paid, would be equipped with the best weapons available. Common soldiers might have simpler weapons. Phalanx formation, where soldiers stood close together in ranks, was used by Mesopotamian armies. The formation provided protection and allowed the soldiers to concentrate force. A shield wall with overlapping shields made the formation more defensible. Missile weapons, bows, and spears thrown from a distance could thin out enemy ranks before they reached the formation. Chariots, once introduced, were valuable military assets. A chariot with an archer could move quickly, strike, and retreat. A chariot with a spear wielder could break through infantry formations. Chariots were expensive, so only wealthy cities and kings could maintain them. They were used by elites and by kings themselves. A king might ride in a chariot and direct the battle. Siege warfare developed when cities built defensive walls. If a city wall was strong enough, a direct assault could be, i.e., suicidal. An attacker might instead build siege works, surrounding the city and cutting off supplies. This forced the city to either surrender, negotiate, or endure until supplies ran out. Siege warfare could last months or years. Breaking a siege required the defending city to either last until an external force came to relieve them or to break out and defeat the besieging force. The defense of a walled city required skill and determination. A competent defender could hold off a much larger force. Walls provided protection and made the defending soldiers more effective. Defensive positions, such as gateways or towers, could be held by small numbers of determined soldiers. Ramparts allowed defending soldiers to strike down at attackers while being protected themselves. Siege towers and siege equipment allowed attackers to overcome walls, but these took time to build and could be destroyed or counterattacked. Naval warfare occurred on the rivers and on the Persian Gulf. Boats carried soldiers and supplies. River navies could intercept supply boats and cut off an enemy's supplies. A city that controlled the river had advantage over one that didn't. Naval combat was less common than land combat, but it could be decisive. Control of the rivers and the sea gave tremendous advantage. The rules of warfare were not codified like in later societies, but some practices seem to have been common. Complete annihilation of a defeated enemy was common. When one city conquered another, the conquerors often killed the male population and enslaved the women and children. This was brutal by modern standards, but typical for the ancient world. Some rulers practiced mercy, sparing the population and incorporating them into their kingdom. Mercy could bring loyalty. A population that had been spared might be more loyal than one that expected to be killed. Treaties and alliances between ties were negotiated to create temporary stability. Two rival cities might ally against a larger threat. Once the threat was eliminated, the alliance would dissolve and conflict would resume. Warfare among Mesopotamian city-states was part of the normal pattern of political interaction, like diplomacy or trade. It was expected and accepted. A ruler who didn't fight his rivals was seen as weak. A ruler who conquered territory gained prestige and power. The warrior culture was strong. The greatest heroes were warrior kings, who conquered vast territories. The greatest shame was defeat and capture. Around 2334 BCE, a Semitic-speaking people called the Akkadians rose to power in central Mesopotamia. The Akkadians were originally located in the north-central region, where the land is less suited to agriculture than the south. But the Akkadians were ambitious and militarily skilled. Their greatest leader was Sargon of Akkad. Sargon rose from humble origins, possibly a slave or a servant, to become king. He was a skilled military commander and a charismatic leader. He unified the Akkadian people and led them in a series of conquests that brought most of Mesopotamia under Akkadian control. Sargon's reign lasted about 56 years, from around 2334 to 2279 BCE. During this time, he transformed Mesopotamia. He conquered the Sumerian cities of the south and brought them under his control. He defeated the city-states of Syria and the Levant. He expanded Akkadian control up the Tigris toward Assyria. He created the first territorial empire in Mesopotamia. The Akkadian Empire was something new. Previously, Mesopotamia had been organized as independent city-states. Now it was organized as a unified state under a single ruler. This required a new system of administration. Sargon could not be present everywhere at once. He appointed governors to rule different regions. These governors reported to him and were expected to implement his policies and collect taxes for his benefit. Loyalty was essential. A governor who failed in loyalty could be replaced. Sargon used military force to maintain control. The Akkadian army was formidable. Sargon boasted of it, claiming to have crushed rebellious cities and conquered vast territories. The Akkadian military was organized with professional soldiers and commanders. Sargon is one of the first rulers known to have maintained a large standing army. The army could be deployed anywhere in the empire to suppress rebellion or repel invasion. The Akkadian culture gradually blended with the Sumerian culture that they conquered. Akkadians adopted the Sumerian writing system and adapted it to their language. Akkadian replaced Sumerian as the language of administration and everyday communication. But Sumerian remained the language of religion and literature, respected as the language of the ancient tradition. The temple systems that had developed under Sumer continued under Akkadian rule, but they were now subject to state control. The king appointed the high priests. The temple resources were used to support the state's goals. Sargon presented himself as chosen by the gods. He claimed divine favor and protection. He was not a god, but he was chosen by the gods for his role. This religious legitimation helped maintain his authority. The Akkadian Empire was not stable indefinitely. After Sargon's death, his successors faced rebellions and external threats. A century of rule was significant, but eventually the empire faced collapse. Around 2154 BCE, the Akkadian Empire fell. Scholars debate the exact causes. Internal rebellion by subject peoples probably played a role. External invasion, possibly by the Gutians from the north, probably played a role. Some evidence suggests climate change, a severe drought that devastated agriculture and led to famine and instability. Whatever the causes, the Akkadian state fragmented. Regional strongmen emerged in different areas. The unity that Sargon had imposed came undone. The Akkadian period had demonstrated that large territorial empires were possible in Mesopotamia. It had shown that a strong military and centralized administration could unite the diverse peoples and cities. But it had also shown that such empires were fragile. The fall of Akkad was seen as a catastrophe by people living at the time. The empire had given them security and access to trade. Now it was gone, and they had to fend for themselves again. From the ashes of Akkad's collapse, new powers emerged. Eventually, the city of Ur rose again and, under Ur-Nammu and his successors, created another unified state, the Ur-3 state, which ruled Mesopotamia from about 2112 to 2004 BCE. The Ur-3 period would be another moment of centralized rule and administrative sophistication, continuing the traditions begun under Akkad. The civilization that developed between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers left a legacy that shaped not just the ancient world, but the entire course of human history. Mesopotamia didn't invent everything, but it invented or perfected so many crucial things that the world that came after was fundamentally different because of it. Writing is perhaps the greatest legacy. The Sumerians and Akkadians developed writing and used it not just for administration, but for literature, law, mathematics, and astronomy. Writing allowed knowledge to be preserved and transmitted accurately across time and space. Before writing, knowledge had to be carried in human memory. It was fragile and subject to loss. Writing made knowledge durable. A text could be copied and preserved indefinitely. Many people could learn from a single text. The accumulated knowledge of one generation could be passed intact to the next. The scientific method as we know it today didn't exist in Mesopotamia, but the foundations for it were laid. The need to record, measure, and predict led to mathematics and astronomy. The desire to understand nature and the cosmos led to investigation and experimentation. The Mesopotamians didn't have microscopes or telescopes, but they had instruments for measuring and observing. They had clay tablets for recording their observations. They had the mathematical tools to calculate and predict. This is the foundation of science. Cities are another legacy. Mesopotamia developed the first true cities, not just large settlements, but organized communities with specialization of labor, government, and institutions. Cities required new solutions to problems of sanitation, food distribution, law and order, and defense. These solutions became models for later cities. The problems haven't changed that much even today. Cities still need to distribute food and water. They still need law enforcement and courts. They still need organization and leadership. The patterns developed in Mesopotamian cities are recognizable in cities today. Government and law are Mesopotamian legacies. The idea that laws should be written down and applied to everyone is fundamentally Mesopotamian. The idea of appointed officials to enforce the laws and collect taxes is Mesopotamian. The idea of a centralized state with a hierarchy of authority is Mesopotamian. These ideas spread and were adapted by later civilizations. Every government since then has had to grapple with the basic questions that Mesopotamian rulers faced. How to maintain order with limited resources. How to motivate people to follow rules. How to balance the power of the ruler with the rights of the people. These are not easy questions, and Mesopotamian civilization worked on them seriously. The answers they developed were imperfect, but they provided a framework that was workable and effective. Religion and spirituality are not unique to Mesopotamia, but the organization of religion into temples that also served as centers of administration and redistribution was distinctively Mesopotamian. The idea that temples should have resources and authority was Mesopotamian. This model was adopted by other civilizations. Trade and commerce are not unique to Mesopotamia, but the development of trade networks that spanned vast distances and the use of written contracts to regulate commerce were distinctively Mesopotamian. The development of money, represented by standardized weights of precious metal, made commerce more efficient and more complex. The economic systems that developed in Mesopotamia are recognizable as ancestors of modern economic systems. Technology developed rapidly in Mesopotamia. The wheel, the plow, bronze working, large-scale irrigation, the sailboat, the calendar, and so many other technologies emerged or were perfected there. These technologies transformed human life and made larger societies and greater specialization possible. Art and aesthetics developed in Mesopotamia. The monumental architecture of temples and palaces was visually impressive. The sculpture and carving showed great skill and artistry. The poetry and literature expressed human emotions and values. The music and dance entertained and moved people. These cultural achievements enriched human life and continue to inspire us today. The legacy of Mesopotamia is not in specific institutions or technologies, though these were important. The deepest legacy is in how the people of Mesopotamia approached problems. They observed, recorded, calculated, and planned. They created organizations to coordinate human effort toward large goals. They developed systems to resolve disputes and distribute justice. They created beauty and meaning in art and literature. They pursued knowledge and understanding. The civilization that emerged between the Tigris and Euphrates shows us that humans are capable of creating complex, functioning societies with remarkable achievements. It shows us that cooperation on a large scale is possible. It shows us that human creativity and intelligence can accomplish remarkable things. And it shows us that the problems we face today, though expressed in modern terms, are ancient problems that humans have grappled with for thousands of years. The fall of the Ur Third State around 2004 BCE marked the end of the era of unified Mesopotamian civilization. The Sumerian people and culture gradually lost prominence as Semitic-speaking peoples became more dominant. But the civilization itself continued. New empires rose, including the old Babylonian Empire. But these later empires built on the foundations laid by Sumer and Akkad. The laws and administration systems, the writing and mathematics, the religious institutions and temples, the art and literature. All of these continued and were adapted and developed further. In a sense, Mesopotamian civilization never died. It transformed, it evolved, it influenced every civilization that came after. That is the true legacy of Mesopotamia. Not the ruins of temples and palaces that archaeologists uncover, though those are magnificent. Not the clay tablets with their cuneiform writing, though those are remarkable. The true legacy is the idea that humans can organize themselves, can create order from chaos, can build civilization and transmit it to future generations. Mesopotamia showed us this was possible, and because it showed us, we know we can do it too. In the second part of this episode, we focus on the fall of Mesopotamia, an empire that dominated the ancient world for centuries, that controlled everything from Egypt to the mountains of the Caucasus, that seemed invincible in its power and reach, just disappeared. It didn't fade away slowly. It didn't decline gradually into obscurity. It collapsed catastrophically in just a few decades, destroyed by enemies it had made through centuries of brutal rule. And when it fell, when those great cities burned, when the libraries and temples went up in flames, something extraordinary happened. Power shifted dramatically across the ancient Near East. A new force rose up from the south to claim imperial dominance, and eventually, an even greater empire from the east would sweep it all away, incorporating the entire region into an even vaster political structure. This is the story of how the world's greatest superpower went from invulnerable to obliterated. It's a story about the limits of military might, about the inevitable resentment that oppression creates, about the moment when several peoples realized they could accomplish together what they could never accomplish alone. So before we go further, take a moment to like the video, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, and let me know in the comments where you're watching from today. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, grab something to drink, settle in, and let's talk about how Mesopotamia lost its independence. Mesopotamia, in the 7th century BCE, was the center of the known world. When people looked at a map of power, their eyes went to the great rivers, to the Tigris and the Euphrates, to the cities that had built civilization itself. This was where writing had been invented. This was where the first cities had emerged. This was where human beings had first organized themselves into complex societies with laws, bureaucracies, and ambitions. For almost 300 years before our time period, one empire had dominated this entire region with an iron fist. They had conquered, subjugated, and controlled everything around them. They had built roads that allowed them to move armies quickly. They had established administrative systems that extracted tribute from dozens of subject territories. I had created a military apparatus unlike anything the world had seen before. But by the time we get to around 612 BCE, something fundamental had changed. The machinery that had ground so relentlessly for centuries was finally breaking down. Cracks were showing everywhere. Enemies were stirring. Subject states were looking at each other, wondering if maybe, just maybe, they could shake off the chains. And in the mountains to the east, a people called the Medes were beginning to organize, to unite under a king who had ambitions of his own. They had memories of independence. They had memories of their mountain homeland before Assyrian armies came down and subjugated them. Meanwhile, down south in Babylon, there was a slow-burning resentment that had never quite been extinguished. A city that remembered its own greatness, that refused to accept permanent subjugation, was waiting for its moment. Babylon had been great once. Babylon had ruled the Near East. Babylon had been a center of learning and power, and it wasn't going to stay subordinate forever. The Neo-Assyrian Empire, for all its might and all its monuments, was about to discover that empires built purely on conquest and fear don't last forever. That's a lesson that history repeats endlessly, but it never seems to sink in for the rulers at the time. They build their empires through military domination. They think the threat of force will maintain control forever. They fail to understand that fear is exhausting. It requires constant reinforcement. It requires constant military presence. It requires constant vigilance. The moment that force falters, the moment there's any hint of internal weakness, all that accumulated resentment comes crashing down. They collapse. And when they do, the fall is catastrophic. This was about to be one of the most dramatic falls in ancient history. The Neo-Assyrian Empire had reached its absolute zenith around the 8th and 7th centuries BCE. Before its internal decay set in, before the succession disputes and the endless drain of resources and manpower, it was something to behold. This was an empire at the height of its power and confidence. Under kings like Ashurbanipal, who ruled for nearly 40 years before his death around 631 BCE, Assyrian power had expanded to unimaginable proportions. They controlled the Mediterranean coast, where ships sailed in and out, carrying tribute and trade goods. They held Egypt in vassalage. They extracted tribute from dozens of kingdoms and city-states spread across the known world. They had built a military machine that was genuinely terrifying in its efficiency and brutality. Scholars and historians often call it the largest empire the world had yet seen at that time. That's not an exaggeration. The territorial reach was staggering. Assyrian armies had marched from the Caucasus Mountains in the north down through Mesopotamia, across the Levant, into Egypt itself. The logistics alone were extraordinary. They had supply lines extending hundreds of miles. They had garrison towns spread throughout their territories. They had administrators and officials collecting taxes and managing populations. They had subjugated the Elamites after years of brutal warfare, a kingdom that had been powerful in its own right. They had put down rebellion after rebellion in Babylon and throughout the south, each one requiring military force, each one demonstrating that the Assyrians would not tolerate dissent. Ashurbanipal himself was interested in more than just conquest. He created the Library of Nineveh, which was a conscious effort to collect and preserve the intellectual heritage of Mesopotamian civilization. He brought in scholars and scribes. He had texts copied. He created a repository of knowledge that would later preserve thousands of cuneiform tablets and give us most of what we know about Mesopotamian civilization today. Without that library, we would know almost nothing about this period. He was a builder as well as a warrior. He understood the power of symbolic architecture. The capital at Nineveh was one of the great wonders of the ancient world. It wasn't just a city of administration and military might, though it was certainly both of those things. It was a showcase of Assyrian ambition and grandeur, a statement in brick and stone about what power looked like. The walls were massive, built to withstand assault by enemies trying to breach the city. The gates were enormous, decorated with enormous stone figures of winged bulls and human-headed lions, creatures from mythology that were meant to inspire both awe and fear. The palaces were decorated with alabaster reliefs showing victories in battle, hunting scenes with the king and his court, religious ceremonies where the king connected with the divine, moments of royal power and authority. Everything was designed deliberately to demonstrate Assyrian superiority, to make visitors understand that this was a civilization that had conquered the world and fully intended to keep it conquered. The sheer scale of the city was intimidating to anyone who arrived at its gates. It sprawled across hundreds of hectares. The population was in the tens of thousands. It was, for its time, a metropolis, a center of power and culture and administration unlike anything else in the known world. But here's the thing about empires built on fear and military domination. They require constant power at the top to maintain them. They require a steady hand. They require a ruler strong enough and ruthless enough to keep everything in line. They require someone who can balance the demands of the military, the priesthood, the bureaucracy, and the subject peoples. That's a delicate act. And Ashurbanipal, for all his accomplishments, left his empire in a precarious state. When he died, the machinery didn't automatically shift to another capable ruler. Instead, it became a question of succession. Who would be next? And more importantly, would that person be strong enough to hold everything together? When Ashurbanipal died around 631 BCE, the succession situation became chaotic. There were disputes about who should rule. There were factions within the Assyrian aristocracy, different families with different interests, different visions for the empire. Civil wars broke out within Assyrian territory itself. The very heartland of the empire began tearing itself apart. Suddenly, the military machine that had been so focused outward was being forced to look inward. Armies that might have been reinforcing garrisons on the frontier or crushing rebellions in distant provinces were instead fighting other Assyrian armies. Soldiers who had spent their careers expanding the empire were now fighting their own countrymen. It was a catastrophic waste of resources and military momentum. It was the kind of internal bleeding that empires can't recover from, especially when enemies are watching and waiting for the right moment to strike. And while the Assyrians were dealing with their internal problems, something else was happening on the broader stage of the ancient Near East. The empire had been stretched so thin for so long that the Assyrians had made many enemies, not just casual rivals or defeated foes, but enemies that had been waiting, sometimes for decades, for exactly this moment. For generations, subject peoples had been ground under Assyrian rule. They had paid tributes, often substantial tributes that drained their treasuries. They had seen their young men conscripted into Assyrian armies, forced to fight in distant lands for an empire they might not have wanted to serve. They had watched their cultural identities suppressed in favor of Assyrian domination. They had chafed under the rule of Assyrian governors, AT, and administrators. And now, with the empire turning on itself, with civil war raging in the heartland, these peoples were beginning to sense opportunity. They began to see that maybe, for the first time in generations, there was a chance to break free. The Babylonians, in particular, had never really accepted Assyrian domination. Babylon was a special case in Assyrian imperial policy. It wasn't conquered and annexed like other territories. It wasn't incorporated directly into the Assyrian administrative system. Instead, it was preserved as a kingdom with its own king, though that king was almost always either appointed by the Assyrians or was the Assyrian king himself in a personal union. This was a compromise, sort of. The Assyrians wanted to acknowledge Babylon's importance and its historical significance while still maintaining control. But Babylon was different in ways that mattered. It had a history. It had been great once, not hundreds of years in the past, but more recently than that. The people of Babylon remembered the reign of Hammurabi, the famous lawgiver, even though that had been over 1,000 years earlier. They remembered when their city had been the center of power in the region. They remembered being the dominant force in Mesopotamia. That's not something you forget. That kind of historical memory, that knowledge of past greatness, is a powerful force. It creates an expectation. It creates a sense that things could be different, should be different. The Babylonians weren't going to stay subordinate forever. Everyone understood that. It was just a question of when and how they would strike back. And in 626 BCE, a man named Nabopolassar took the throne of Babylon. He was a Chaldean, part of the Aramean-speaking populations that had migrated into southern Mesopotamia centuries earlier. He was also shrewd, ambitious, and politically astute. And he had plans. Big plans. He understood that the moment was finally arriving when Babylon could reclaim its independence. The Medes lived in the mountains and plateaus of what is now Iran and Iraq. They were a fierce warrior people, skilled riders and hunters, accustomed to the demanding terrain of their homeland. But for decades, they had been harassed and subjugated by Assyria. The Assyrians had launched military campaigns against them repeatedly, pushing into the mountains, trying to bring them under control. Assyrian kings had demanded tribute from the Median tribes. Some Median communities had been deported as part of Assyrian policy, their populations relocated to serve Assyrian interests elsewhere. The relationship between Assyria and the Medes was one of dominance and resentment, exactly the kind that eventually produces rebellion. There was no love lost between these two peoples. The Medes wanted their independence back. They wanted to live on their own terms, in their own territory, without paying tribute to foreign overlords. But the Medes had a problem that would have prevented them from challenging Assyria, even if they had wanted to. They were fragmented. They were organized into multiple tribes, multiple political units, each with their own leadership and their own interests. The tribes competed with each other sometimes. They had different traditions and different levels of attachment to a unified Median identity. For them to challenge Assyrian power, they would need to unify, and that was easier said than done. It required a leader strong enough and charismatic enough to bring them together, to convince them to put aside their local interests and follow a unified strategy. That leader appeared in the form of Cyaxares, a Median king who had the vision and the capability to do what had never been done before. Cyaxares saw the chaos in Assyria. He understood what it meant. He recognized the opportunity. If Assyria was tearing itself apart in civil war, if the Assyrian military was focused inward rather than outward, then this was the moment. This was the chance that the Medes had been waiting for, perhaps without even knowing it. Cyaxares managed to do what had seemed impossible before. He united the Median tribes under his authority. He created a cohesive military force out of what had been scattered, autonomous units. He organized them. He trained them. He gave them a common purpose, and a common cause. And once he had accomplished this internal unification, he began to look westward at Assyrian territory. He understood the potential. He saw the prospect of liberation and expansion. The Medes could be free again. They could control their own affairs. They could even expand their power into other territories. They could become a major force in the ancient Near East. But the Medes, for all their military capability and their newfound unity, understood one crucial thing. They couldn't beat Assyria alone. Even unified, even well-organized, even with the Assyrian Empire torn apart by civil conflict, Median forces by themselves would struggle against the full might of the Assyrian military machine. The Assyrians had been building their military apparatus for centuries. They had resources, trained soldiers, fortified cities. If Cyaxares tried to invade Assyrian heartland without help, he might be defeated. But what if he wasn't alone? What if he could find allies? What if he could convince other enemies of Assyria to strike at the same time? What if they could coordinate their attacks? What if a coalition of enemy states came down on Assyria from multiple directions simultaneously? That would be a different story. That would be overwhelming. That was the key to the entire chain of events that would follow. The brilliance of what happened next wasn't just military. It was diplomatic and strategic. Different peoples who had suffered under Assyrian rule needed to understand that they could work together, that their shared enemy united them, that their individual chances of freedom were low, but their chances together were much higher. The problem was that Babylon had never fully accepted Assyrian rule. For over a century, even as Assyria dominated the ancient Near East militarily and politically, Babylon remained a point of contention and a source of friction. The city couldn't be treated like other conquered territories. It was too important culturally. It was too significant historically. It had too much prestige and too much importance in the cosmology of the ancient world. Babylon had its own identity, its own pride, its own sense of destiny that extended back centuries. So the Assyrians governed it carefully, usually through a series of client kings, or through the Assyrian king himself taking the title of King of Babylon, establishing a personal union that theoretically preserved Babylonian status while maintaining Assyrian control. But careful governance isn't the same as loyalty. The Babylonians never truly stopped resenting Assyrian domination. They were waiting. They were watching. They were looking for their moment. When Nabopolassar came to power in Babylon in 626 BCE, he immediately began organizing against Assyrian authority. He wasn't patient. He wasn't waiting for something to happen. He was making it happen. He understood the situation with remarkable clarity. He understood the historical moment. He understood that Assyria's power was weakening, at least in relative terms, especially after Ashurbanipal's death and the succession crisis. He understood that the window of opportunity was open, but not infinite. He understood that if Babylon didn't act now, it might miss its chance for another century or more. It took him about a decade of careful military and political maneuvering to consolidate his position in Babylon itself, to expel Assyrian forces and Assyrian officials from southern Mesopotamia. This wasn't quick or easy. There were conflicts, sometimes brutal ones. There were military campaigns against Assyrian garrisons and Assyrian-backed forces. There were diplomatic negotiations with Babylonian cities to unite them under his rule. There was complex political maneuvering to build support among the priesthood and the military class. But by around 617 BCE, after years of determined effort, Nabopolassar had successfully secured his southern Mesopotamian base. Babylon was finally free from direct Assyrian control for the first time in over a century. But once he had secured his base and established his power in southern Mesopotamia, he did something remarkable. He began planning an invasion of Assyria proper, not a rebellion or a regional conflict that might be contained, but an actual invasion of Assyrian heartland, of the very core of the Assyrian Empire. This was audacious. This was dangerous. This was the kind of move that, if it failed, would result in total destruction. But Nabopolassar understood something crucial. He understood that as long as Assyria remained intact as a power, Babylon would always be under threat. The Assyrians would always be waiting for an opportunity to reassert their dominance. They would always be a military threat to Babylon's independence. So the only real security for Babylon was the destruction of Assyrian power itself. That meant invasion. That meant war on a massive scale. And that's what he was prepared to undertake. The genius of what came next was the coordination. Nabopolassar didn't just attack Assyria from the south on his own. He understood that a coordinated strategy would be much more effective than a unilateral campaign. He sent envoys eastward across deserts and mountains to make contact with the Median king. He reached out to Cyaxares. He proposed an alliance, and crucially, he proposed a specific plan. The two of them would attack Assyria simultaneously from different directions with overwhelming force. This wasn't a vague agreement to be generally opposed to Assyria. This was a concrete military strategy with a specific objective. The Babylonians would come from the south, moving north through Mesopotamia. The Medes would come from the east, moving west through the mountains and into Assyrian heartland. Between them, they would encircle the Assyrian power center and destroy it. And Cyaxares, understanding the opportunity and the necessity of coordinated action, agreed to the alliance. This was, in many ways, the first truly international military coalition of the ancient world. We're talking about two major regional powers forming a formal military alliance with a specific strategic objective. That's different from the ad hoc alliances and temporary truces that had existed before. This was something new in ancient warfare. Word spread about this coalition. Other peoples who had suffered under Assyrian rule heard about it and wanted to join. They saw their chance. The Scythians, fierce mounted warriors from the steppes north of the Black Sea, were known for their cavalry skills and their mobility. They volunteered their cavalry forces. People from Susa and the surrounding regions, in what is now southwestern Iran, agreed to contribute forces to the coalition. Arameans who had been subjugated by Assyria, peoples living within Mesopotamia, who had never fully accepted Assyrian dominance, sent fighters. Lydians from Asia Minor, from territories that the Assyrians had controlled, or in FALL, Uenst, committed troops. Even further afield, peoples who hated Assyrian domination wanted to be part of this coalition. There was a sense that this was the moment. This was the chance that many peoples had been waiting for. By the time the various forces began massing around 616 BCE, this was truly an international army, something unprecedented in scale and diversity. It represented an extraordinary coming together of peoples united by a single shared goal: the destruction of Assyrian power and the liberation from Assyrian domination. It was the culmination of resentments that had been building for generations, for some perhaps for a century or more. All of that anger, all of that frustration, all of that desire for freedom was now channeled into a unified military campaign. The coalition armies moved into position. They coordinated with each other. They shared intelligence. They planned their assaults. And they were ready for the greatest military operation the ancient world had yet seen. In 614 BCE, the Medes made the first major strike. Cyaxares led his forces westward against the ancient city of Assur itself. This wasn't a random choice of target. Ashur wasn't just any city. It was the religious and spiritual heart of the Assyrian Empire. It had been the ancient capital before Nineveh became the primary capital. It was where the Assyrian kings were crowned in ceremonial fashion. It was where the god Ashur, the patron deity of the empire, was worshipped in the great temples. The god Ashur was believed to sanction Assyrian rule, to give it divine legitimacy. By attacking Assur, the Medes weren't just making a military move. They were attacking the very foundation of Assyrian legitimacy and religious authority. It was a powerful symbolic gesture as well as a military campaign. When the Medes attacked, they attacked with fury. Their forces stormed the city. The defenders fought, but they were eventually overwhelmed. The city was sacked. The temples were destroyed, which meant the destruction of the religious symbols that had stood for centuries. The symbolic heart of Assyrian civilization was brutally wrenched out. It was a desecration of sacred space, a violation of everything the Assyrians held holy. According to some accounts, the destruction was particularly thorough and intentional. The Medes weren't trying to occupy Assur or preserve it. They were trying to destroy it as a center of power. Nabopolassar arrived after the destruction was complete. He had not participated in the assault on Assur itself, but he came to see what had been accomplished. He met with Hyaxares in the ruins of the city, cementing their alliance in a powerful symbolic way. The message was clear. Two great powers had united. Assyria was no longer invincible. It was mortal. It could be wounded. It was a moment of profound historical significance. The fall of Assur was a shock to the entire Assyrian system. It wasn't just a military defeat. It was a psychological blow to everyone who believed in Assyrian supremacy. If Assur could fall, if the sacred city could be taken by enemies, if the temples of Assyria could be destroyed, then the entire framework of Assyrian invincibility was shattered. For centuries, Assyrians had believed themselves to be unstoppable. They had built monuments to their power. They had commissioned texts praising their victories. They had created a narrative of inevitable Assyrian triumph. And now that narrative was broken. But Nineveh, the capital itself, still stood. It was larger, stronger, more heavily defended than Assur had been. The Assyrian king and his remaining forces had retreated there to make their final stand. It was the place where the last battle would be fought. The Medes didn't immediately pursue to Nineveh. Instead, they waited for their Babylonian allies to move into position. They coordinated their movements. They tightened the noose around Assyrian power. This was calculated strategy, not hasty aggression. They would strike the capital from multiple directions at once, from the north and east with the Medes, and from the south with the Babylonians. They would overwhelm the city through coordinated assault, and they would end the Assyrian Empire once and for all. In 612 BCE, the forces began converging on Nineveh from multiple directions. Nabopolassar brought his Babylonian armies from the south, moving northward through Mesopotamian territory. Cyaxares brought his Median forces from the east and north, moving through the mountains toward the Assyrian heartland. Their various allies moved into position as well, closing off escape routes and preparing for coordinated assault. The city was surrounded, and then they laid siege to the greatest city in the world. It was one of the most significant military operations in ancient history, arguably the first major international military campaign we have detailed records of. The siege lasted 3 months. 3 months of constant fighting, constant pressure, constant assault on the city's defenses. Think about that for a moment. 3 months of warfare against the capital of the ancient world's greatest military power. 3 months of armies camped outside the walls, siege machines being constructed, supplies being brought in, command structures being maintained, all while combat occurred constantly. Nineveh had been designed with magnificent architecture, with enormous gates and massive walls that were supposed to inspire awe and terror in anyone who looked upon them. The builders had wanted to create a city that seemed impregnable, that seemed to exist on a different level than ordinary cities. But those same gates, which had been built to allow the flow of tribute and processions during peacetime, became liabilities during a siege. They were so large that they couldn't be effectively defended against a determined assault. The gates were architectural marvels, decorated with enormous stone figures and inscriptions, but they were also weak points militarily. When defenders tried to hold them against an attacking force, they just gave the attackers more space to fight and maneuver. Archaeologists have actually found the bodies of Assyrian soldiers in these gates, skeletal remains that show they died in combat, killed when the Allied forces finally broke through. You can still see evidence of those deaths in the archaeological record, in the physical evidence of the weapons and the bones and the markers of violence. The city itself was immense, covering about 750 hectares. The walls extended for 13 kilometers around the inner city and 4 kilometers along the Tigris River. The walls were 40 to 50 feet high, built of sun-dried brick reinforced with stone. Imagine standing at the base of a wall that tall, made of solid brick and stone, massive and impressive, and knowing you have to get over or through it while defenders rain arrows down on you from the top, while soldiers try to push you off ladders and siege ramps. But against a determined, coordinated coalition using siege tactics and concentrated assault, even these formidable defenses eventually gave way. In August of 612 BCE, the walls were breached. The moment came when the unified assault on specific sections of the defenses finally overwhelmed the defenders, who were stretched too thin to hold the entire perimeter. The Allied armies poured into the city through multiple breaches. There was fighting in the streets as soldiers encountered each other in the urban landscape. There was fighting in the palace, hand-to-hand combat between the royal guard and the invading forces. There was fighting everywhere, in temples and houses and administrative buildings. The defenders fought desperately to the end, but they were outnumbered and overwhelmed by waves of attackers pouring through the broken walls. This was a desperate last stand, not a coordinated military retreat. There was no organized withdrawal to a secondary position. The city was being overrun. The temples were looted of their treasures and their sacred objects. The royal palaces were set on fire, flames consuming centuries of accumulated grandeur. The king, Sinsharushkin, was killed in the chaos of the fighting. What had begun as a symbol of Assyrian power and majesty was reduced to a burning ruin. The destruction was so thorough, so deliberate, that archaeologists can see evidence of it in the archaeological record thousands of years later. The city was deliberately depopulated. The conquering forces weren't just interested in capturing the city. They wanted to ensure it could never serve as a center of power again. They wanted to deliver a message to anyone who might think of restoring Assyrian power. People were killed, displaced, or enslaved and scattered to distant parts of the coalition territories. The infrastructure was destroyed. Aqueducts were damaged. Buildings were burned. The city was left as a place of desolation and ruin, a monument to what happens when empires fall and their enemies get their chance for revenge. It would remain abandoned for centuries, a warning inscribed in empty streets and ruined palaces. But here's the remarkable thing. The very destruction that was meant to erase Assyrian civilization actually preserved it in one crucial way. The fire that destroyed the palace also preserved the library of Ashurbanipal, baking the clay tablets hard and burying them under the rubble, where they would survive thousands of years to give us most of our knowledge of Mesopotamian civilization. The library contained tens of thousands of texts, on everything from science to literature to history to mythology to administrative records. It would have been lost forever if the palace hadn't burned. It would have crumbled to dust or been scattered or destroyed in whatever way things get lost over centuries. So the destruction of Nineveh, intended as annihilation, became preservation. The greatest library of the ancient world survived the destruction of the city because of the fire itself. It's one of history's great ironies. The destruction of Nineveh itself was something that the ancient world would never forget. What you have to understand is that this wasn't just a military victory in the conventional sense. This was the dismantling of an empire through the systematic destruction of its symbols and its power centers. The Allies didn't just want to defeat the Assyrian military. They wanted to erase Assyria's ability to recover, to rebuild, to claim dominance again. So they burned the city. They didn't leave it intact, so they could plunder it and move on. They set fires that consumed everything. The royal palaces, which had stood for centuries as monuments to Assyrian authority and accomplishment, went up in flames. The temples, which were sacred spaces where the god Ashur was worshipped and where Assyrian kings had been crowned, were desecrated and burned. The administrative buildings where Assyrian officials had governed subject peoples were reduced to ash. The treasuries where wealth extracted from subject peoples had been stored were opened and emptied. The art and sculpture that had decorated the city were destroyed or carried away. And in doing this, they wanted to send a message that would echo through the centuries. Assyrian power was finished. Assyrian civilization has ended. Nineveh, once the greatest city in the world, would become a ruin, a haunted place, a warning to anyone who thought they could build an empire on conquest and fear. The destruction was comprehensive. Nothing was spared. Nothing was left untouched. The fires burned through palaces and temples alike. Stone remained, blackened by heat and smoke. The walls that had seemed so impressive, so formidable, were breached and breached again until they were no longer obstacles, but just rubble. The defenders fought to the bitter end in many places, but there were too many attackers, coming from too many directions at once. Eventually, resistance collapsed entirely. The city was completely overrun. Survivors, those who weren't killed in the fighting, were enslaved and taken away. The population was scattered to the far corners of the coalition territories. Babylon took many as slaves back to their own realm. The Medes took others. The Scythians took still others. What had been a coherent city, a functioning urban centre with a population of tens of thousands, was emptied out. What remained was a hollow shell of burned buildings and abandoned streets. But here's the remarkable thing about what happened next. The very destruction that was meant to obliterate Assyrian civilization actually preserved it in the most unexpected way. When the fires burned through the royal palace, they didn't just destroy the building. They baked the clay tablets that were stored inside the library of Ashurbanipal, hardening them to the point where they became nearly indestructible. These weren't just records or administrative documents. This library contained tens of thousands of texts on everything the Assyrians had ever known or cared about. There were scientific texts on mathematics and astronomy. There were literary works, including some of the oldest literature we know. There were historical records and political documents. There were religious texts and mythological stories. The entire intellectual heritage of Mesopotamian civilization, collected by a king who understood the value of preserving knowledge, was housed in that library. If the city had simply been abandoned or left to decay gradually, the tablets would have crumbled to dust over centuries. They would have been scattered, lost, destroyed through natural weathering and the passage of time. But the fire re-preserved them perfectly. They were buried under the rubble, protected from the elements, waiting for archaeologists thousands of years later to excavate them and restore them to human knowledge. So, the destruction of Nineveh, intended as the obliteration of Assyrian culture, became the mechanism of its preservation. The very armies that were trying to erase Assyria were actually ensuring that we would know more about Assyrian civilization than we know about almost any other ancient people. It's one of history's greatest ironies. The Assyrian state didn't simply cease to exist when Nineveh fell. There were remnants. There were survivors. There were people who refused to accept defeat. Ashur-uballit II, who had become the Assyrian king in the chaos of succession struggles following his brother's death, fought his way out of the burning capital. He wasn't going to accept subjugation. He wasn't going to surrender to the coalition forces that had crushed his empire. He gathered what remained of the Assyrian military, what soldiers had survived the 3-month siege and the chaos of the city's fall, and he retreated westward to the city of Haran. Haran was an important strategic location, situated in northern Mesopotamia, a place where supply lines could still be maintained from the west and north, where the Assyrians might be able to mount a defense and potentially rally their forces for a counteroffensive. For a time, it seemed like maybe Assyria might not be completely finished. Maybe the state would survive in some form. Maybe there would be a continuation of Assyrian power, even if it was diminished and confined to a smaller territory. Maybe the Assyrians could hold on at Haran and eventually rebuild their strength. But it wasn't to be. The coalition forces, having tasted victory at Nineveh, having experienced the destruction of the city, weren't about to let their enemy escape and regroup somewhere else. They pursued. They followed Ashur-uballit westward to Haran. They laid siege to the city, applying the same overwhelming pressure that had broken Nineveh. The walls of Haran were strong, but they were not as formidable as Nineveh's had been. The attackers pressed their advantage. They kept up the pressure relentlessly. For months, the Assyrians held out at Haran, hoping that Egyptian forces, which were sympathetic to the Assyrian cause and worried about Babylonian expansion into territories they considered part of their own sphere of influence, would come to their aid. And initially, the Egyptians did send armies. They marched eastward to attempt a rescue operation, to preserve what remained of Assyrian power as a counterbalance to Babylonian dominance. But the coalition forces were too strong, too organized, too determined. They had tasted victory, and they would not accept defeat now. The Egyptian armies were defeated in battle. The rescue, the attempt failed. Without Egyptian support, Haran became untenable. The Assyrians couldn't hold it any longer. The defense collapsed. Ashur-uballit and the remnants of the Assyrian state vanished from the historical record. We don't know exactly what happened to him. We don't know if he died in battle, if he was captured and executed, if he was enslaved, if he managed to escape somewhere and lived out his days in obscurity under an assumed name. The records simply stop. Ashur-uballit disappears, and with him, the last hope of Assyrian restoration. After 609 BCE, there is no more Assyrian state. There are no more Assyrian kings. There is no more Assyrian empire. The fall of the Neo-Assyrian Empire was complete by around 609 BCE. It had taken less than 2 decades of warfare and internal collapse to destroy an empire that had dominated the ancient world for nearly 300 years. From the death of Ashurbanipal to the final defeat at Haran, the decline was swift and catastrophic. The same military machine that had conquered and held dominion over dozens of states across 3 continents was obliterated. The administrative system that had collected tributes from across the known world was dissolved. The network of governors and officials that had ruled subject peoples was dismantled. Assyrian power, once seemingly permanent and inevitable, was erased as if it had never existed. Now, what happened next was equally important, because power doesn't just disappear. When one empire falls, another rises to fill the vacuum. And in this case, the primary beneficiary of Assyrian collapse was Babylon. The coalition that had been formed to destroy Assyria was always somewhat artificial, always somewhat temporary. The Babylonians and the Medes had common cause against Assyria, but they had different long-term goals. Babylon wanted to be the dominant power in Mesopotamia, the center of the civilized world in the south and central regions. The Medes wanted to dominate the eastern territories and the mountains. Once the common enemy was defeated, their interests began to diverge. But in the immediate aftermath of Nineveh's fall, Babylon was ascendant. Nabopolassar, The Babylonian king who had initiated this entire chain of events by recognizing Assyria's weakness and seeing the opportunity for rebellion, was now the dominant figure in Mesopotamian politics. Nabopolassar had ruled for about 2 decades by this point, and he had spent those decades building up Babylonian power and consolidating control over southern Mesopotamia. He had expelled Assyrian forces from Babylonia. He had united the various cities and population centers of the south under his authority. He had rebuilt the Babylonian military. He had restored the confidence and morale of the Babylonian people, who had lived for generations under Assyrian domination, watching their city and their culture being subordinated to Assyrian interests. And now, with Assyrian power broken, Babylon was free to pursue its own destiny, free to expand, free to claim the mantle of empire that Assyria had been forced to relinquish. Nabopolassar was already quite old by the time of Nineveh's destruction. He had ruled for about 21 years, and he was nearing the end of his life. But his legacy was already secure. He had founded a new dynasty, the Chaldean dynasty, that would rule Mesopotamia for nearly a century. He had restored Babylon to greatness after centuries of subjugation. He had recognized the historical moment and acted decisively upon it. He had forged an international coalition that accomplished what no single power could have achieved alone. And he had positioned his son and heir to inherit not just a kingdom, but an empire on the rise. That son was Nebuchadnezzar II. And if Nabopolassar was the man who had restored Babylonian independence and broken Assyrian power, then Nebuchadnezzar was the man who would make Babylon into something greater than it had ever been before. Nebuchadnezzar ascended to the throne around 604 BCE after his father's death. He was young, probably in his mid-20s or early 30s. He was ambitious, he was capable, and he had inherited a kingdom that was already strong but capable of becoming much stronger. His reign would last about 58 years, until his death around 562 BCE, and during those decades, he would transform Babylon from the capital of a regional power into the center of the ancient world's greatest empire. His first major military action as king was to complete his father's work by defeating the Egyptians decisively at the Battle of Carchemish in the Levant. Carchemish was a strategic location, a gateway between Mesopotamia and the territories to the west and south. It had been contested between Babylon and Egypt for years. Now, in 605 BCE, Nebuchadnezzar brought his army northwestward toward the Euphrates River. He marched his forces across hundreds of miles of sometimes hostile territory. He coordinated supplies and logistics along the way, and he met the Egyptian forces in battle. The fighting was brutal and decisive. This wasn't a small skirmish. This was a major engagement between two major powers, each trying to assert dominance over the Levantine territories. The Babylonian forces, under Nebuchadnezzar's personal command, fought with discipline and effectiveness. The Egyptians were crushed. They were driven back southward, away from Mesopotamia, away from Levantine territories that they had hoped to control. Nebuchadnezzar pursued them, consolidating his victory, making sure they couldn't recover or mount a counter-offensive. And Nebuchadnezzar, having proven his military capabilities on the battlefield, having demonstrated that he was not just inheriting his father's power but actively extending and cementing it, established Babylon as the uncontested dominant power in the region. After Carchemish, no other power could challenge Babylonian supremacy in Mesopotamia or the Levant. Babylon was ascendant. Babylon was the empire, and Nebuchadnezzar was the king who had made it so. His military victories earned him the respect of his generals, the loyalty of his soldiers, and the recognition of his subjects that they had a leader capable of protecting them and expanding their power. But Nebuchadnezzar wasn't just a military conqueror. He was also a builder. He saw that military power alone wasn't enough to maintain an empire. You had to have symbols of your power. You had to have monuments that demonstrated your greatness. You had to have a capital city that inspired awe in visitors from distant lands. You had to show your subjects that their king was not just strong militarily, but also culturally and religiously significant. So Nebuchadnezzar undertook one of the greatest building projects in ancient history. He decided to rebuild Babylon itself, to make it into the greatest city in the world, a place that would reflect Babylonian glory and demonstrate Babylonian civilization at its peak. The Babylon that Nebuchadnezzar inherited was already a significant city. It had been the seat of Babylonian power for centuries, and it had been important since ancient times. But it had been diminished under Assyrian rule. The great temples hadn't been maintained as they should have been. The walls hadn't been strengthened. The city hadn't been expanded. So Nebuchadnezzar took on the enormous task of transforming Babylon into a metropolis. He rebuilt the walls, making them stronger, higher, more impressive. He expanded the city's footprint, bringing more territory into the urban area. He built new temples, particularly to Marduk, the patron god of Babylon, a deity that was central to Babylonian identity and to the legitimacy of the Babylonian kings. He commissioned the construction of the Ishtar Gate, one of the most famous monuments of the ancient world, a monumental gateway decorated with enameled brick depicting dragons and bulls, sacred symbols of power and divinity. The Ishtar Gate was really something remarkable. It was the entrance to the processional way, a street that ran through the heart of the city, along which religious processions would travel during festivals and celebrations. The gate itself was massive, imposing, decorated in brilliant blue enamel with animals rendered in relief. It was meant to inspire awe. It was meant to demonstrate the wealth and power and sophistication of Babylon. It was meant to make anyone who entered the city understand that they were entering a place of great importance, a place where power and divinity met, a place ruled by a king who could command the resources to create such monuments. The animals depicted on the gate weren't just random creatures. The dragons represented Marduk, the chief god of Babylon. The bulls represented divine strength and protection. Every symbol on the gate was chosen deliberately to communicate Babylonian power and religious devotion. The processional way itself was equally impressive. This was a street that led through the heart of Babylon, connecting the outer gates of the city to the inner sanctums of the temples. During religious festivals, processions would walk down this street carrying statues of the gods and celebrating the divine order that Babylon represented. The street was lined with walls on both sides, also decorated with enameled brick, also meant to inspire awe. Walking down the processional way was meant to be a spiritual and psychological experience, a journey through a sacred space, a reminder of the power and grandeur of Babylonian civilization. The walls of the city were equally impressive. Nebuchadnezzar rebuilt them to be formidable barriers against any potential invader. The walls were thick, made of baked brick, reinforced with stone. They were tall, rising perhaps 50 feet or more above the ground. They were extended in a double circuit around the city, providing multiple layers of defense, and they were decorated as well, with reliefs and inscriptions that proclaimed Babylonian greatness. The river Euphrates, which flowed through the city, was spanned by a magnificent stone bridge that allowed people to move between different sections of Babylon without having to use boats or risk crossing the water directly. The city that Nebuchadnezzar built was spread over an enormous area, perhaps 3 square miles, making it one of the largest cities in the ancient world. The population was in the tens of thousands, perhaps even approaching 100,000 when you counted all the surrounding settlements and suburbs. It was a cosmopolitan place, drawing people from across the known world. Merchants came to trade. Officials came to conduct diplomatic business. Craftsmen came to practice their trades. Scholars came to study in the temples and the libraries. Babylon was not just a political capital. It was a center of learning, of culture, of religious significance. The most famous feature of Nebuchadnezzar's Babylon, the one that has captured imaginations for thousands of years, was the Hanging Gardens. According to legend, Nebuchadnezzar had married a woman from Media, a mountainous region where his wife had grown up surrounded by green vegetation, flowing water, and beautiful landscapes. She came to Babylon, but she missed her homeland. She was homesick for the mountains and the plants and the natural beauty that she had known all her life. Babylon, in contrast, was hot and dusty and built on flat terrain. There weren't mountains. There wasn't the kind of lush vegetation she was accustomed to. So Nebuchadnezzar, wanting to make his wife happy and to demonstrate his power and his devotion, commissioned the construction of the Hanging Gardens, a series of elevated terraces planted with trees and flowers and vegetation, arranged to create the appearance of a mountainous landscape within the city itself. Water was pumped up to irrigate the plants. The effect was meant to evoke the highlands of Media, to bring a piece of his wife's homeland into Babylon. Whether the Hanging Gardens actually existed as described in the legends is something historians have debated for centuries. We have no definitive archaeological evidence of them. We have descriptions from ancient writers, but those descriptions are sometimes vague or contradictory. Some scholars think they may have been purely legendary, a story that grew over time until it became accepted as historical fact. Others think they probably did exist, but were eventually destroyed or deteriorated beyond recognition. Still others argue that Nebuchadnezzar may have built something that inspired the legend, though not necessarily matching exactly what the ancient sources describe. Regardless, the Hanging Gardens have come to symbolize Babylon's grandeur, Babylon's resources, Babylon's ability to undertake projects that seemed almost impossible, that pushed the limits of engineering and human capability. They represented the idea that a king who was powerful enough and wealthy enough could command nature itself, could make water flow uphill, could make plants grow in a desert, could create an earthly paradise as a gift to his beloved. That's what the Hanging Gardens meant to the ancient world, whether they were real or legendary. The technical challenge of creating something like the Hanging Gardens, if they existed, would have been extraordinary. You would need a system of pumps or water wheels to lift water from the river or from wells up to the height of the elevated terraces. Ancient engineers had developed various methods for doing this. Archimedes' screw, though it might not have been invented yet, represented one possible solution. Water wheels powered by the flow of the river could power pumps that moved water upward. You would need a way to distribute that water evenly across the gardens so that the plants could be irrigated properly. You would need to maintain that system constantly to keep it functioning. And you would need enormous amounts of soil and rocks and materials to build the terraces themselves. That soil would have to be transported into the city, which would be an enormous logistical undertaking in itself. The rocks for the structures would have to be quarried and moved. This would require resources, expertise, labor, and determination on a massive scale. If Nebuchadnezzar did build the Hanging Gardens, it was a testament to his ambition and his ability to mobilize the resources of his empire toward his vision. It would mean he could command the best engineers and architects his realm had to offer. It would mean he could dedicate significant portions of his empire's wealth and manpower to a project that was essentially decorative, that served no military or economic purpose beyond the psychological impact of its existence. And if he didn't, the story still serves as a metaphor for what Babylon represented during his reign, a place where human ambition and divine favor combined to create something seemingly miraculous, a place where the ruler was powerful enough to command nature itself. Beyond the monumental architecture, Nebuchadnezzar also invested heavily in Babylon's religious institutions. The great temple of Marduk, called the Esagila, was rebuilt and expanded. This temple was the spiritual heart of Babylon. It was where the god Marduk, the patron deity of the city, was worshipped. Marduk was believed to be the king of the gods, and Babylon was his chosen city. By maintaining and expanding the Temple of Marduk, Nebuchadnezzar was affirming Babylon's spiritual importance and his own position as Marduk's chosen representative on earth. The ziggurat associated with the temple, called the Etemenanki, was maintained and celebrated. This massive step tower rose high above the city, visible from miles away. It symbolized the connection between the earthly and the divine, as a place where human beings could approach closer to the realm of the gods. These religious structures were central to Babylonian religious life. They were where the priests performed their rituals, the complex ceremonies and sacrifices that were believed to sustain the gods and maintain divine favor toward Babylon. They were where the king would go to demonstrate his devotion and to seek divine approval for his military campaigns and his political decisions. They were where the people would come on holy days to participate in religious ceremonies and festivals, celebrations that affirmed Babylonian identity and community. The temple also served important administrative and economic functions. The temples owned vast amounts of land. They controlled large numbers of workers and slaves. I received tribute and offerings from the faithful. So the temples were not just religious institutions, they were economic powerhouses within Babylonian society. Maintaining and expanding these temples was not just about religious piety, though that mattered. It was about demonstrating to the people that the king was legitimate, that he had divine support, that the gods themselves approved of his rule. It was about cementing his position as the rightful leader of Babylon. Babylonian culture flourished during this period in ways that went far beyond just architecture. The arts were patronized by the crown. Sculpture and painting reached high levels of sophistication. Literary traditions were cultivated and preserved. Epic poems were copied and recited. Historical records were kept in both narrative and documentary form. And perhaps most importantly, scientific and mathematical knowledge advanced dramatically. The Babylonians had always been known for their astronomical observations and their mathematical skill. Under Nebuchadnezzar and his successors, these fields experienced extraordinary development. Babylonian astronomers made careful observations of the stars and the planets, tracking their movements over long periods of time, developing predictive models that allowed them to forecast celestial events. They were fascinated by the movements of the visible planets. They watched Venus, which they called the morning star and the evening star, because it appeared at different times of the year. They tracked Jupiter and Mars and Saturn and Mercury. They observed the moon's phases and its orbit around the Earth. They noticed that the moon and the planets moved against the background of the fixed stars, and they tried to understand the patterns of those movements. They could predict lunar eclipses with reasonable accuracy, a feat that required understanding the geometry of the Earth, Moon, and Sun. They could track the movements of Venus and Jupiter and the other visible planets with remarkable accuracy. They created star catalogues that listed the positions of major stars and constellations. They identified the zodiac, the band of constellations that the sun, moon, and planets move through over the course of the year. Babylonian mathematicians worked with sophisticated numerical systems and geometric concepts that allowed them to solve complex practical problems related to construction, land measurement, and commerce. They used a base 60 numerical system, which is why we still divide hours into 60 minutes and minutes into 60 seconds. They could calculate areas and volumes. They could work with square roots and other mathematical operations. They applied this mathematical knowledge to surveying land, calculating the dimensions of buildings, managing resources, and tracking commercial transactions. The priesthood played an important role in this advancement of knowledge. Priests served as astronomers, observing the skies and recording what they saw. They maintained detailed records of astronomical observations that were passed down through generations. Night after night, they would watch the heavens, recording the positions of stars and planets, noting unusual phenomena, tracking patterns and cycles. They developed theories about the movements of celestial bodies that, while not always correct by modern standards, represented extraordinary intellectual effort and careful empirical observation. Priests served as mathematicians, using their knowledge to predict floods and to schedule religious ceremonies. If you knew the patterns of the stars and the planets, you could predict when the Tigris and Euphrates would flood based on how the river levels correlated with astronomical cycles, and that was essential information for a civilization dependent on irrigation agriculture. A flood at the wrong time could destroy an entire year's crops. A flood at the right time could bring fertility and prosperity. Understanding when floods would come was crucial. Priests served as physicians, maintaining knowledge of healing practices and treatments for disease. Priests served as administrators, managing the vast properties and resources of the temples. They oversaw the labor that maintained the temples and the lands attached to them. They managed the distribution of food and resources to temple workers. They kept records of the temple's holdings and transactions. So when we think of Babylonian science, we're thinking of an enterprise that was tied closely to the religious and political institutions of the state. It wasn't science as we think of it today, separate from religious concerns and studied in laboratories. It was integrated into a worldview where the divine and the natural were not distinguished from each other. Understanding the movements of the stars was a form of religious knowledge. Mathematical precision was a way of honoring the order that the gods had imposed on creation. Medical knowledge was a form of healing grace that flowed from divine favor. The library institutions in Babylon also became centers of learning. While they were not as famous as the library of Ashurbanipal in Nineveh, they still collected and preserved texts on a wide variety of subjects. Legal texts, including laws and legal commentaries, were preserved. Religious texts, hymns and prayers to the gods, were copied and maintained. Medical texts describing treatments for various ailments, surgical procedures, herbal remedies, all of these were gathered and studied. Mathematical texts exploring geometric and numerical problems were preserved. Astronomical texts recording observations and predictions were kept in the libraries. Literary works, stories and epics were collected and transmitted to future generations. All of these could be found in the libraries that served the temples and the royal palaces. Scholars would come to study these texts, to copy them, to learn from them. The work of copying texts was meticulous and time-consuming. A scribe would sit with a stylus and a tablet of clay, carefully pressing the wedge-shaped marks of cuneiform into the clay surface, reproducing the text from an original or from memory. Many hands participated in this work. Many scribes spent their careers copying and preserving the intellectual heritage of Mesopotamian civilization. The accumulation and preservation of knowledge was seen as important, as something that reflected the power and sophistication of the state. A great civilization, in the Mesopotamian view, was one that preserved knowledge, that maintained the memory of the past, that invested in understanding the cosmos and the natural world. This was the Babylon that would endure for nearly a century. From the time of Nabopolassar's founding of the dynasty until the end of the 6th century BCE, Babylon was the great power of the ancient Near East. Kings after Nebuchadnezzar ruled the empire, though none quite matched his accomplishments or his fame. The city continued to be maintained and beautified. New buildings were added. Old buildings were repaired and maintained. The temples continued to function, and the religious ceremonies that were central to Babylonian life continued to be celebrated year after year. The economy continued to thrive. Merchants came from distant lands to trade. Craftsmen produced goods that were sold throughout the known world. Agriculture flourished in the fertile lands of Mesopotamia. Slaves and workers labored to build and maintain the structures that made Babylon great. Babylon was a place of prosperity and power and cultural achievement. It was a beacon of civilization in the ancient world. a place where the old traditions of Mesopotamian culture, stretching back thousands of years, were preserved and celebrated. It was a place where Greek ideas were beginning to arrive from the west, where Egyptian influences came from the south, where the ancient world came together in a cosmopolitan city that served as the center of known civilization. The city was secure behind its walls, defended by a military that had proven itself superior to the Egyptians and other rivals. The people of Babylon believed that their city would endure forever, that Babylonian power was permanent and inevitable, that no force on earth could challenge what Nebuchadnezzar, and his predecessors had built. But even as Babylon reached the height of its power and magnificence, even as the city seemed impregnable and its dynasty seemed assured to rule for centuries to come, forces were gathering in the east that would soon threaten everything the Babylonians had built. In the deserts and mountains beyond the horizon, a new power was rising, a power that would eventually sweep across the known world and incorporate Babylon itself into a new empire. But that is a story for later. For now, Babylon was supreme, and it would remain the greatest power in the Near East for several more decades. Nebuchadnezzar's military conquests were just as impressive as his building projects, and they happened almost simultaneously. While he was commissioning the Ishtar Gate and the processional way, while the walls were being rebuilt and the temples were being restored, he was also leading armies across the known world, extending Babylonian dominance into territories that hadn't been under Mesopotamian control in centuries. His campaigns were calculated and methodical. He wasn't just raiding neighboring kingdoms for plunder and returning home. He was systematically conquering and annexing territory, bringing them under permanent Babylonian rule, establishing administrative control, appointing governors, and collecting regular tributes. This was the work of a true empire builder, someone who understood that military victory without political consolidation was just a temporary advantage. After his triumph at Carchemish against the Egyptians, Nebuchadnezzar turned his attention to the territories of the Levant, the lands that lay between Mesopotamia and Egypt. This was strategically crucial territory. It included the regions of Syria, Phoenicia, and Judah. These weren't empty lands. They were populated by various peoples with their own kingdoms and city-states, some more organized than others. Some were willing to accept Babylonian suzerainty. Others resisted. Nebuchadnezzar's response was to crush the resistance and bring everyone into the Babylonian system through force. He conducted multiple campaigns over the course of several decades, gradually expanding his control westward and southwestward. He besieged cities. He defeated armies. He captured rebellious rulers. He left no doubt that Babylon was now the master of the known world. By the time of his death around 562 BCE, Nebuchadnezzar controlled more territory than perhaps any Babylonian king before him. He controlled the heartland of Mesopotamia. He controlled the trade routes. He controlled the wealthy cities of the Levant. He controlled access to Egypt and the Mediterranean. He was literally the greatest power on earth at that moment. And the people of Babylon knew it. They celebrated it. They built monuments to commemorate it. They composed inscriptions praising his military genius and his divine mandate to rule. But one conquest stands out among all the others because of its cultural and religious significance. In 697 BCE, Nebuchadnezzar turned his attention to Judah, the kingdom of the Jews located in the southern Levant. Judah was a small kingdom, not particularly wealthy or militarily powerful, but it was strategically important because it sat at the gateway between Mesopotamia and Egypt. More importantly, it was the home of a people with a strong religious identity, the followers of Yahweh, a monotheistic religion that was unusual for the ancient world. The Judeans had their own king, their own traditions, and their own sense of independence. They weren't particularly eager to submit to Babylonian rule, so Nebuchadnezzar marched westward with his army, laid siege to the cities of Judah, defeated the Judahans in battle, and brought the kingdom under Babylonian control. The Judahans' king, Jehoiakim, was deported to Babylon along with members of the royal family and the aristocracy. This was a common practice in the ancient world. When you conquered a kingdom, you removed the ruling class and brought them to your capital, partly as prisoners and partly as hostages, partly to break their ability to organize resistance. The removal of the ruling class from their native land was meant to be demoralizing, meant to break the bonds that held the people together around their leader. It was a psychological weapon as much as a political one. The deportation of the Judahans was just the beginning of what would become a much longer conflict between Babylon and Judah. Over the next few decades, the Judahans would rebel multiple times against Babylonian rule. Each time, Nebuchadnezzar or his successors would march westward to put down the rebellion. And each time, the punishment would be more severe. More people would be deported. More cities would be destroyed. More land would be brought under direct Babylonian control. This would culminate in the year 587 or 586 BCE in the destruction of Jerusalem itself. The destruction of Jerusalem was one of the most significant events in Judahan history and one of the most traumatic for the Jewish people. Jerusalem was the capital of the Kingdom of Judah. It was the location of the Temple of Solomon, the holiest site in the Jewish religion, the place where the Ark of the Covenant was housed, where the Jewish priests performed their religious rituals, where the God Yahweh was believed to dwell on earth. For the Jewish people, Jerusalem wasn't just a city. It was the center of their universe, the place where heaven and earth met, where the divine touched the human world. To destroy Jerusalem, to tear down the temple, to defile the holy sites, was to strike at the very heart of Jewish identity and religion. Nebuchadnezzar's armies laid siege to Jerusalem for months. The defenders fought from behind the city's walls. The civilians starved as the siege continued. Eventually, the walls were breached. The city was overrun. The Babylonian soldiers entered the temple and destroyed it, burning it so completely that it would never be fully rebuilt in its original form. The Babylonians looted the temple, carrying away the precious metals and religious objects that the Jews held sacred. They killed many of the people who had defended the city or resisted their authority. They rounded up the survivors, the people of importance, the priests, the scribes, the artisans, the craftspeople, anyone who had education or skills or potential to lead, and they deported them to Babylon. This wasn't just a few people like Jehoiakim and his immediate circle. This was thousands of people, perhaps tens of thousands. The entire educated class of Judah was removed from their homeland and brought to Babylon. They were forced to leave their homes, their families, their property behind. They were marched eastward across hundreds of miles of difficult terrain toward Mesopotamia, toward the city of Babylon, toward an uncertain future in a foreign land. The historical accounts describe this period as the Babylonian captivity or the Babylonian exile, and it became one of the most significant events in Jewish history, so significant that it shaped the entire religious and cultural identity of the Jewish people for centuries to come. The experience of being torn from their homeland, of seeing their temple destroyed, of losing their political independence, of being forced to live in a foreign land under foreign rule, became central to how Jews understood their relationship with God and their history. It inspired some of the most powerful literature of the Hebrew Bible. It inspired prophets like Jeremiah and Ezekiel, who interpreted the exile as punishment from God for the sins of the Judahan people. It inspired poets who wrote laments mourning the destruction of Jerusalem and the loss of their homeland. It inspired prayers and hymns that were recited during worship in exile. The exile lasted not just for a few years, but for generations. The Jews deported in 586 or 587 BCE would never return home. But their children, born in exile in Babylon, would eventually be allowed to return to Judah around the year 538 BCE, just before Babylon itself fell. But that's getting ahead of ourselves. The point is that Nebuchadnezzar's conquests weren't just military victories. They were events that transformed the lives and the identities of the peoples he conquered. For the Jews, the destruction of Jerusalem and the exile that followed became the defining trauma of their ancient history. And Nebuchadnezzar, for the Jews, became the villain, the king who destroyed their temple and scattered their people. But for Nebuchadnezzar and the Babylonians, these conquests were just the normal business of imperial rule. They were what an emperor did. They expanded their domain. They conquered rebellious peoples. They brought them under control. They collected tributes. They appointed governors. They maintained order and stability across their vast realm. And in doing all of this, they made Babylon on the greatest power on earth. But empires don't last forever, and the empire that Nebuchadnezzar built was no exception. When Nebuchadnezzar died around 562 BCE, he had ruled for 58 years. He had expanded Babylon's territories, bringing more land under Babylonian control than perhaps any ruler before him. He had beautified the city with monuments that awed visitors from across the known world. He had brought peace and stability and prosperity to his realm. He had established the Chaldean dynasty as the ruling house of Mesopotamia, a dynasty that would be remembered for generations. He had been the greatest king that Babylon had ever produced. And then he died, and everything that had been so carefully built began to come apart. The successors who followed him were capable men, but they lacked his genius, his military skill, his political acumen, his ability to inspire loyalty and fear in equal measure. They tried to hold together what he had created, but holding together an empire is always harder than building one. And Nebuchadnezzar's empire, vast as it was, proved difficult to maintain. The succession after Nebuchadnezzar was troubled from the beginning. The king who succeeded him, Marduk, ruled for only a few years before being murdered in a palace coup. His successor was killed as well. Then came another king, and another. Within 2 decades of Nebuchadnezzar's death, there had been multiple changes in the throne, multiple successions, multiple instances of political violence and instability. Each new king faced immediately rebellious nobles and regional powers who saw an opportunity to reassert their independence or challenge the central authority of the throne. The successors had to spend much of their time and resources simply maintaining what Nebuchadnezzar had built, rather than expanding it further. They had to deal with rebellions in distant provinces. They had to manage conflicts between competing factions within the aristocracy. They had to maintain the loyalty of the priesthood and the military. And these were enormous tasks that consumed the energy and resources of the state. While the kings of Babylon were distracted by these internal problems, the military strength of Babylon began to decline. The standing army was smaller. The military expeditions to distant territories became less frequent. The grip that Babylon maintained over its subject peoples began to weaken. The collection of tributes became less reliable. The administrative control of distant provinces became less effective. And then there was another problem that didn't exist in Nebuchadnezzar's time. There was a new power rising in the east. There was a new empire emerging that would eventually challenge Babylonian dominance and bring about the end of Mesopotamian political independence. After Nebuchadnezzar's death, the Chaldean dynasty continued, but the kings were never quite as capable or as fortunate as he had been. The successors included Marduk, who was criticized even by contemporary sources for his incompetence and his cruel behavior toward the people. After his murder, another king, Nergal-Sharezer, took the throne, and he was somewhat more capable, but still not the equal of Nebuchadnezzar. The dynasty continued with several more kings, but none of them matched the abilities of the founder's greatest heir. During this period of roughly 20 years after Nebuchadnezzar's death, the Babylonian state was engaged in internal struggles, court intrigues, succession disputes. There were murders and coups and counter-coups. The stability that Nebuchadnezzar had created began to deteriorate. The centralized authority of the kingdom began to weaken. The various regional powers and noble families who had been cowed into obedience by Nebuchadnezzar's military might and political acumen began to reassert themselves. They began to challenge the authority of the central government. They began to carve out their own spheres of influence. They began to harbor resentments and ambitions that had been suppressed under the great king's firm rule. The unity of the realm started to fracture. Factions formed. Coalitions shifted. Political intrigue consumed the attention of the elite. And this internal discord coincided with a time when external threats were becoming more serious, when the world was changing in ways that Babylon was not prepared to handle. By around 556 BCE, after nearly 2 decades of internal instability and weak leadership, a new king came to the throne of Babylon. His name was Nabonidus, and he was, in many ways, a very different kind of ruler from Nebuchadnezzar. So different that some historians wonder if he was perhaps not even Babylonian by birth, though the sources are unclear on this point. Nebuchadnezzar had been a military man, an emperor who spent years campaigning with his armies, personally leading his troops in battle, proving his worth as a warrior and a leader. Nebuchadnezzar understood power through military force. He understood how to command armies and how to use them to achieve his political objectives. He understood that an emperor had to appear strong and visible to his people, had to demonstrate his power and his competence. Nabonidus, in contrast, was a pious man. He was from a priestly family, trained in religious matters and scholarly pursuits rather than military command. He was in his 60s when he came to the throne, quite old for the ancient world, and probably never had expected to be king. He was more interested in religious matters than in military affairs. He was fascinated by the past. He was interested in ancient history and ancient ruins. He commissioned excavations of ancient sites, trying to understand how things had been in earlier times. He collected historical records and preserved them in libraries. He was a scholar more than a soldier. And this difference in temperament would have enormous consequences for the future of Babylon. Nabonidus decided, shortly after coming to the throne, to make a major religious reform. He decided to elevate the moon god, Sin, to supreme position in the Babylonian pantheon, above Marduk, who had been the patron deity of Babylon and the chief god in Babylonian religion for centuries. This might seem like a small matter of theology, but it was actually a massive affront to Babylonian religious tradition and identity. Marduk wasn't just some minor deity that could be shuffled around in the hierarchy. Marduk was the god that Babylon was founded upon. Marduk was the god that the Babylonian kings traced their authority back to. The annual New Year festival in Babylon centered on Marduk and his role in creating order from chaos, subduing the forces of darkness and destruction, establishing the divine order that allowed civilization to exist. The entire religious and political legitimacy of the Babylonian state was tied to Marduk. By attempting to elevate Sin above Marduk, Nabonidus was essentially saying that all of that ancient tradition was less important than his own religious preferences. He was challenging the very foundations of Babylonian religion and culture. He was saying essentially that he had the right to overturn centuries of religious tradition in favor of his own personal beliefs. This was an extraordinarily arrogant and dangerous move, and this didn't go over well. The priesthood of Marduk were absolutely outraged. They controlled enormous wealth and property. The Temple of Marduk was one of the richest institutions in Babylon. The priesthood had great political power. They were not going to stand by while their god was demoted and their authority was diminished. The people of Babylon, who loved their god and their traditions, were disturbed by this religious innovation. They felt that Nabonidus was violating the sacred traditions that had held Babylon together for centuries, that had sustained the city through multiple empires and dynasties. And the military and the aristocracy, while perhaps not as religiously motivated, certainly understood that Nabonidus was antagonizing a powerful constituency and destabilizing the social order at a critical moment when external threats were growing. To make matters worse, Nabonidus decided to spend much of his reign absent from Babylon. The exact reasons for his absence are unclear to historians. Some sources suggest he was on military expeditions to Arabia and Syria, trying to extend Babylonian control or secure trade routes. Other sources suggest he had some kind of psychological crisis or illness that caused him to withdraw from public life. Whatever the reason, he left the day-to-day governance of the kingdom to his son, Belshazzar, and he remained away from the capital for years at a time. Now Belshazzar was apparently a capable military commander. The historical sources suggest he was a good soldier and could lead troops effectively. He had apparently served alongside Nabonidus in earlier campaigns and had earned respect as a warrior. But he was not a good politician. He lacked the political skill and the charisma that were necessary to maintain the support of the priesthood, the nobility, and the military when the king was absent and the religious situation was in turmoil. He was young, probably in his 20s or 30s, and he lacked the experience necessary to navigate the complex political currents of Babylon. Under Belshazzar's administration, conditions began to deteriorate further. The military became dissatisfied because Belshazzar was not as respected as his father, and because military campaigns seemed less frequent and less rewarding. The priesthood became increasingly alienated because they still resented the religious reforms and because Belshazzar couldn't convince them to accept them. The general population felt uncertain and insecure. Rumors circulated. People whispered about the weakness of the king. People wondered whether Babylon could still defend itself if it was attacked. And as conditions within Babylon deteriorated, the external situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. While Nabonidus was away from Babylon, while the religious controversy was dividing the Babylonian elite, while Belshazzar was struggling to maintain order, something remarkable was happening in the east. A new power was rising. A man named Cyrus, who would become known as Cyrus the Great, was conquering the known world. He was the king of the Achaemenid Empire, and he was on an unprecedented military campaign that would eventually make the Persians the dominant power in the ancient world for centuries to come. Cyrus began his career as the king of a small kingdom called Anshan, located in what is now Iran, but he didn't stay small for long. He looked to the north and west, and he saw the Median Empire, which had been one of the great powers of the world for generations. The Medes had been the allies of Babylon in the destruction of Assyria, but now they were rivals and potential prey. Cyrus decided that the Median Empire should be his. Around the year 553 BCE, Cyrus led a rebellion against the Median king, Astyages. Now, according to some accounts, Astyages' general betrayed him, turning his troops over to Cyrus at a crucial moment in the battle. Whether this was the result of secret negotiations or simple military miscalculation on the part of the Median king is unclear, but however it happened, Cyrus won. He defeated the Medes in battle. He conquered their capital city, Ecbatana, with its palaces and treasuries. He brought the entire Median Empire under his rule, and in doing so, he inherited not just the Median territories, but the Median military tradition, the Median administrative systems, and the Median military forces. He now had access to the cavalry of the steppes, the horsemen who had been among the most formidable warriors of the ancient world. He now had administrators and officials who knew how to run a large state. He now had resources and wealth that made him far more than just a regional power. He was now suddenly one of the great powers of the ancient world. But Cyrus wasn't satisfied with just being a major regional power in the east. He wanted more. He wanted everything. He looked to the west and south, and he saw kingdoms and empires that seemed to be there for the taking. He saw the Lydian kingdom, which was a wealthy and powerful state in what is now Turkey, controlling much of Asia Minor and the eastern coast of the Aegean Sea. He decided to conquer it. He gathered his armies and marched westward. He defeated the Lydian king, Croesus, who was famous throughout the ancient world for his incredible wealth and power. Croesus had coins made of gold and silver. He had palaces filled with treasures. He had an army and loyal subjects. Croesus had hoped that the Egyptian king would come to his aid, that the Egyptians would see the rise of Persia in power as a threat and would send troops to help him preserve Lydian independence. But the Egyptians were preoccupied with other matters and unable or unwilling to commit to helping Croesus. So Croesus was defeated and captured, and the kingdom of Lydia was brought under Persian rule. The wealth of Lydia, which had been legendary, now belonged to Cyrus. The armies of Lydia now served him. The cities of Lydia now paid tribute to him. After conquering Lydia, Cyrus turned his attention to the Greek cities along the coast of Asia Minor, the cities that had been under the nominal control of the Lydian kingdom. These cities had been islands of Greek culture in a sea of non-Greek peoples. Now they came under the control of the Persians. Some resisted, some submitted, but eventually all of them were brought under Persian authority. They would remain under Persian rule for more than a century and a half until the rise of Alexander the Great. By the time Cyrus was done with his campaigns in the west, he controlled most of the ancient world, from the Egyptian border in the south to the Caucasus Mountains in the north, from the Aegean Sea in the west to the eastern plateaus that stretched toward India. He was the ruler of an empire that was larger than anything the world had ever seen, an empire that stretched for thousands of miles across 3 continents, and having conquered the Medes and Lydia and the Greek cities, having secured his dominance in the north and the west, Cyrus began to turn his attention southward. He began to look at Mesopotamia. He began to look at Babylon. He recognized that Babylon was the greatest city in the world, the richest and most powerful kingdom in the region, and that if he conquered Babylon, he would add immense wealth and resources to his empire. But more importantly, he would complete his dominance over the ancient world. Babylon was the prize that would make him undisputed ruler of everything from the Mediterranean to the mountains of Iran. It was the jewel in the crown that he was building. But Babylon wasn't defenseless. It still had a powerful military, still had trained soldiers and experienced commanders. Its walls were formidable, double circuits of thick brick and stone that had proven impregnable in the time of Nebuchadnezzar. Its wealth was tremendous, with treasuries filled with gold and silver extracted from a century of imperial dominance. Its people numbered in the tens of thousands, and many of them were trained soldiers or could be mobilized for defense. And most importantly, it still had the prestige and the tradition of being the greatest power on earth. No other city had ever challenged it successfully. The idea that Babylon could fall seemed almost impossible. Cyrus would have to be clever to conquer it. He would have to use military skill, yes, but also political skill. He would have to take advantage of the internal divisions and the religious controversies that were tearing Babylon apart. He would have to exploit the resentment of the priesthood of Marduk. He would have to use propaganda and persuasion as much as military force. And that's exactly what he planned to do. Cyrus advanced his armies toward Babylon methodically. He moved westward and southwestward, bringing his forces closer and closer to the Babylonian heartland. He conquered the territories that lay between Persia and Mesopotamia, the buffer zones and intermediate lands. He brought them under his rule or his alliance. He was methodically positioning his forces. gathering intelligence about conditions in Babylon, learning about the divisions among the elite, understanding the resentment of the priesthood. He was waiting for the right moment to strike. Some sources suggest that there was actually communication between Cyrus and dissident elements within Babylon, particularly the priesthood of Marduk, who were so alienated by Nabonidus's religious reforms that they were willing to consider the possibility of a new ruler. Whether there was actual conspiracy or secret communication between Cyrus and the Marduk priesthood is hard to say. The historical sources are ambiguous and often later propaganda. But what is clear is that the internal instability in Babylon made it vulnerable to attack, and Cyrus recognized and exploited that vulnerability brilliantly. He was preparing not just a military campaign, but a political campaign, an effort to win over the population of Babylon even before he arrived at the gates of the city. By the year 539 BCE, Cyrus was ready to strike. He moved his armies toward Babylon directly. He was coming from the east, moving westward and southwestward, bringing his forces directly toward the great city. He marched along the Euphrates River, which would carry him directly toward Babylon. The Babylonians knew he was coming. Nabonidus was still away, still off somewhere on his military expeditions in Arabia and Syria, far from the capital where he was needed. Belshazzar was holding Babylon, trying to maintain order and prepare for the invasion, but he was operating without the full support of the priesthood, without the complete support of the military, without the full confidence of the people. The city was waiting. The world was about to change forever, and nobody, not even Belshazzar, knew exactly what was going to happen when Cyrus arrived at the gates of Babylon with his armies. The armies of Cyrus approached the city in autumn of 539 BCE. They came down along the Euphrates River, following the natural route that led directly toward Babylon. Cyrus had brought a massive force with him, perhaps 50,000 men or more, an army composed of Persians and Medes and various other peoples who had been conquered or who had allied themselves with the Persian state. They were well disciplined, well equipped, and confident in their strength. The walls of Babylon loomed before them, monumental and seemingly impregnable. The gates were closed. The defenders were ready. It seemed as though there would be a great battle, a siege comparable to the siege of Nineveh centuries earlier, a conflict that would determine the fate of the greatest city in the world. But something unexpected happened, something that would change everything and demonstrate the vulnerability of even the greatest cities when they are divided from within. The Euphrates River flowed through the city of Babylon. That was normally a strength because it provided the city with water and allowed for trade, but it was also potentially a weakness, an entry point. Cyrus's armies worked their way into the city by diverting or damming the river, creating a passage that allowed them to enter the city by moving along the riverbed. The exact details of how they accomplished this are unclear in the historical sources. Different accounts give different versions of events. But what is clear is that Cyrus's forces managed to enter the city without having to breach the walls through a major assault. They got inside the city, perhaps at night, perhaps with the aid of people inside the city who didn't want to resist them. Once inside the city, resistance collapsed. There was no great battle. There was no massive siege. There were no 3-month campaigns with armies throwing themselves against walls day after day. The defenders, perhaps disheartened, perhaps lacking the will to fight for a king they didn't respect, perhaps swayed by propaganda and promises from Cyrus, either fled or surrendered. The priesthood of Marduk, which had been so alienated by Nabonidus's religious policies, either stood aside or actively aided the Persians. Some sources suggest that they even welcomed Cyrus as a liberator, a ruler who would restore Marduk to his rightful place in the pantheon. Some sources suggest that Belshazzar died in the fighting, killed in a brief skirmish as resistance was collapsing, perhaps defending the palace or trying to escape the city. Other sources suggest that he wasn't even in the city at the moment of the Persian entry, that he had already fled, or that he surrendered without a struggle. The historical records are unclear and contradictory, written centuries later by people who weren't eyewitnesses and who had reasons to shape the story according to their own political and religious views. What is clear is that Babylon fell without a prolonged siege, without a desperate resistance, without the kind of destruction and slaughter that had accompanied the fall of Nineveh a century earlier. Babylon fell almost without a fight. The walls that seemed so impregnable proved useless. The armies that had defended the city simply melted away or didn't bother to fight. And with the fall of Babylon, Mesopotamia's political independence came to an end. The last independent Mesopotamian state, the last great power that Mesopotamian peoples controlled, passed into Persian hands. Cyrus the Great now ruled Babylon as he ruled Lydia, as he ruled Media, as he ruled the Greek cities. He was now the undisputed master of the ancient world. And the age of Mesopotamian imperial dominance, an age that had lasted for thousands of years, stretching back to Sumer and Akkad and Ur and Babylon's own ancient greatness, was over. Mesopotamia would never again be independent. It would remain under Persian rule, then Greek rule, then Roman rule, then Islamic rule, but it would never again be the master of its own fate, never again be the center of a great empire ruled by Mesopotamian kings. Once inside Babylon, Cyrus faced a critical task that was in many ways more difficult than the military conquest itself. The city had fallen militarily, but it had not fallen politically or psychologically. The people of Babylon were not necessarily happy about being conquered. Some were relieved to see Nabonidus gone, angry about his religious reforms that had demoted Marduk. But ruling them with an iron fist through fear would create resentment and lead to rebellions. Cyrus understood that holding an empire required more than military force. It required legitimacy and the acceptance of conquered peoples. And so Cyrus did something brilliant. He crafted a propaganda narrative that presented him not as a conqueror, but as a liberator, a savior who had freed them from a tyrant. Shortly after taking Babylon, Cyrus commissioned the creation of a text that would become known to history as the Cyrus cylinder. It's a cylinder of baked clay, about 9 inches long and 4 inches wide, inscribed in Akkadian cuneiform, with what Cyrus claimed were his accomplishments and his intentions for the empire he now ruled. The cylinder is small physically, but its significance is enormous. It's a masterpiece of propaganda, one of the most effective pieces of political messaging ever created in the ancient world. It presented Cyrus as a man chosen by Marduk himself, the god that Nabonidus had demoted, the god that had been the patron deity of Babylon for centuries. Cyrus claimed in the cylinder that Marduk had looked down from heaven and seen the oppression of the people of Babylon under Nabonidus's misguided religious policies. Marduk had seen how a ruler from a foreign land had come to the throne and tried to overturn the ancient traditions that had held Babylon together for generations. Marduk had seen how the priesthood was alienated, how the people were confused, how the order that Marduk himself had established was being undermined. And Marduk, the text claims, had called upon Cyrus to come and restore proper worship, to elevate Marduk back to his rightful place in the pantheon, to free the people from the tyranny of Nabonidus's misguided reforms and his absence from the capital city. According to the cylinder, Cyrus entered Babylon without violence and bloodshed, that the people received him as a liberator, that citizens and soldiers alike welcomed him into the city with relief and gratitude. The cylinder claims that he immediately restored the worship of Marduk, that he honored the god properly, that he performed the rituals correctly, that he walked in procession just as Nebuchadnezzar had done centuries before. The text claims that he released all the exiled peoples that Nebuchadnezzar and his successors had forcibly relocated centuries before, allowing them to return to their homelands. The cylinder claims that Cyrus sent back the gods that had been removed from their temples, the religious statues and sacred objects that had been carried away as booty or tribute, that he rebuilt temples that had been damaged or neglected, that he restored the religious life of Babylon to what it had been in its glory days. The cylinder presents Cyrus as a ruler who collected tribute more fairly than his predecessors, who ruled more justly, who understood the importance of respecting local traditions and religious beliefs. Now, how much of this is actually true? That's a complicated question that historians have argued about for decades. Some scholars believe that much of what the cylinder claims is exaggerated or outright false, propaganda crafted by Cyrus and his advisors to make him look good in the eyes of the Babylonian people. They argue that the claims of bloodless conquest, of enthusiastic welcome, of immediate restoration of all religious practices, these are the kinds of claims that all conquerors make, that they're designed to hide the reality of conquest and subjugation. Other scholars argue that the cylinder contains a kernel of truth, that Cyrus did indeed present himself as a restorer of Marduk's worship, that he did use religious legitimacy as a tool to win over the Babylonian elite and the general population. What seems clear is that the cylinder was not a neutral historical record. It wasn't intended to be an objective account of events. It was a political document, a piece of propaganda designed to convince the people of Babylon that their conquest by Cyrus was actually a good thing, that they were being liberated rather than subjugated, that they should accept his rule not with resentment, but with relief and gratitude. Whether they actually believed it or not is a different question. But the cylinder was designed to persuade them. The cylinder served its purpose brilliantly. It became the official narrative of Cyrus's conquest. It was copied and distributed. It was read aloud in public gatherings. It shaped how the conquest was remembered and interpreted. It showed that Cyrus understood the importance of religious legitimacy in maintaining power over a conquered people. It showed that he understood how to speak to people in their own religious language, how to make his conquest seem like the will of their own gods. And remarkably, the propaganda worked. The Babylonians by and large accepted Persian rule. Rebellions did occur, but they were not the kind of constant, desperate resistance that might have happened if Cyrus had come as a pure conqueror. The cylinder also claimed that Cyrus freed the Jews that Nebuchadnezzar had exiled centuries earlier in what's now known as the Babylonian captivity. The text doesn't say explicitly that Cyrus freed the Jews, but it does claim that Cyrus released all the peoples that had been held captive and allowed them to return to their homelands. The Jews were allowed to return to Judah and to rebuild their temple in Jerusalem. This freed the Jewish people from their exile and made Cyrus a hero in Jewish tradition. To this day, more than 2,500 years later, Cyrus is the only non-Jew praised in the Hebrew Bible as a savior sent by God to accomplish divine purposes. But beyond the cylinder and the propaganda, Cyrus needed a way to actually govern his enormous new empire. And this is where we see that Cyrus was not just a military genius, but a political and administrative genius as well. He couldn't be everywhere at once. He couldn't personally oversee every city, every region, every trade route, every administrative decision. An empire that stretched from Egypt to India to the Aegean Sea, that covered more square miles than any empire that had ever existed before, required an administrative structure that could function without constant intervention from the center. The structure that Assyrian rulers had used, based on direct control, on brutality, on the constant threat of military force, on the systematic removal of local leaders and the replacement of them with Persian appointees, that kind of system created resentment. That kind of system required constant military presence and constant vigilance. It was expensive and it was unstable. And so Cyrus invented something revolutionary, the system of satrapy, S. It was an innovation that would last for centuries, that would be imitated by later empires, that fundamentally changed how large empires could be governed. The empire was divided into provinces, each one ruled by a governor called a satrap. These were not small administrative districts. These satrapies were enormous, some of them covering areas of thousands of square miles. The satrap of Babylon, for instance, would have authority over all of Mesopotamia and surrounding regions. Each satrap was appointed by Cyrus himself and reported directly to him. They had real authority over their provinces. They collected taxes and tribute. They maintained order and enforced the laws. They commanded the military forces in their territories. They could make judicial decisions and settle disputes. They had power that was real and significant, but they were also carefully monitored. Cyrus appointed inspectors, sometimes called the eyes and ears of the king, who travelled throughout the empire checking on the satraps. These inspectors would observe how a satrap was ruling, whether he was collecting taxes fairly, whether he was treating the people well, whether he was maintaining good order, whether he was stealing from the crown or abusing his power. If an inspector found evidence of misconduct, he would report back to Cyrus. The system created a balance between central authority and local autonomy. The satraps had real power and freedom to govern their provinces as they saw fit, but they also knew that they were being watched, that an inspector could arrive at any time, that if they stepped out of line, they would face consequences, potentially severe ones. This created accountability without requiring Cyrus to be personally involved in every decision. What made this system brilliant was its flexibility and its cultural sensitivity. Cyrus didn't try to impose a single unified government structure on all his conquered territories. He didn't insist that everyone follow the same laws, the same customs, the same religious practices. Instead, he allowed local customs to continue. Local religions were permitted to be practiced openly. Local legal systems were allowed to operate as long as they didn't conflict with basic principles of Persian rule. Local rulers who had been deposed could sometimes be replaced in power if they proved themselves loyal to the Persian crown. Local languages were respected. Local customs and traditions were tolerated. This policy of tolerance and flexibility, which seems normal to modern sensibilities but was revolutionary for the ancient world, meant that conquered peoples didn't feel like they were being completely subjugated and erased. They were being incorporated into a larger empire, yes, but their own identities and customs were being respected. They were ruled by governors who might be from a different ethnicity, but the system of rule respected their traditions. Many satraps actually came from the local population, rulers who had been given the opportunity to continue governing under Persian overlordship rather than being removed entirely. This meant they were dealing with someone from their own region who understood their culture and spoke their language, not some distant Persian overlord from Susa who didn't care about local traditions or local sensibilities. Babylon itself was allowed to continue as a major city, and this was a critical decision. It kept its role as a cultural and economic center. The priesthood of Marduk was allowed to operate and maintain their temples, to perform their rituals, to collect their revenues. Religious festivals continued to be celebrated. The city's famous walls and gates were maintained and even strengthened in some places. New construction was allowed to proceed. Babylon wasn't destroyed or reduced to a backwater or forced to relocate. It was incorporated into the empire as one of the crown jewels, one of the most important cities in the Persian realm, a city that would have direct access to the Persian king and the Persian court. And because of this, the transition to Persian rule was not as traumatic as it might have been. The Babylonians had experienced enough chaos and instability under Nabonidus that many of them were actually willing to accept Persian rule if it meant stability and respect for their traditions. They had seen their city under the rule of a distracted king. They had seen their religious traditions attacked. They had seen economic instability and uncertainty. Persian rule, with its promise of stability and respect for local custom, seemed like a relief. Mesopotamian culture continued to flourish under Persian rule, at least initially. Cuneiform writing continued to be used in official documents and in private correspondence. Babylonian administrators and scribes continued to work in the government, especially in local administration. The mathematical and astronomical knowledge that Babylon was famous for continued to be pursued and developed by scholars in the temples and in the schools. The great temples of Mesopotamia were maintained and funded. The irrigation systems that had sustained Mesopotamian agriculture for millennia continued to function. In many ways, life in Mesopotamia under Persian rule was not drastically different from life under Nebuchadnezzar. People farmed their fields as they always had. They traded with merchants from distant lands. They worshipped their gods in temples that had been standing for centuries. They paid their taxes to the Persian crown instead of to a Mesopotamian king, but the amount wasn't drastically different. They raised their families in cities and villages that continued to exist as they always had. The empire changed. The ruler changed. The political center of power shifted from Babylon to Susa far to the east. But the essential patterns of life continued. The rhythms of agriculture continued. The festivals and holidays continued. The trade continued. The scholarly and intellectual pursuits continued, yet something fundamental had changed. Something so profound that it could never be reversed. Mesopotamia was no longer independent. It was no longer ruled by Mesopotamian kings who could make decisions based solely on what was good for Mesopotamia. It was no longer the center of a Mesopotamian empire. It was now a province of the Persian Empire. Important, certainly, one of the most valuable provinces in fact, but ultimately subordinate to the will of the Persian king in distant Susa. If the Persian king decided to send troops to another part of the empire, Mesopotamia had to provide them. If the Persian king needed additional revenue to fund a war in Asia Minor or against Egypt, Mesopotamia had to pay additional taxes. If the Persian king wanted to enforce new policies or new laws, Mesopotamia had to comply. The peoples of Mesopotamia, the Babylonians and Assyrians, and the other ethnic groups that inhabited the region, were no longer masters of their own destiny. They were no longer free to pursue their own interests or make decisions based solely on their own needs. They were subjects of a larger empire, and they had to accept the will of the empire. And this change, this loss of independence, was permanent. Babylon would never again be an independent state. Mesopotamia would never again be the center of a great empire ruled by its own kings. This era of Mesopotamian independence and dominance had ended.
What?
Assyria, completely destroyed and depopulated after the fall of Nineveh in 612 BCE, never recovered. Not in any meaningful sense. The Assyrian people, scattered by conquest and destruction, dispersed into other lands. Some fled to distant parts of the Persian Empire where they hoped to find safety and new lives. Some were absorbed into the populations of the regions where they settled. Assyrian culture gradually faded away over generations. Assyrian language, which had been the language of an empire, was replaced by Aramaic and later by Persian and Greek. Assyrian religious practices were absorbed into the broader religious systems of the regions where Assyrians lived. Within a few generations, Assyrian language and traditions were absorbed into the broader Persian and Atto-Greek and Roman cultures that would dominate the Near East. The great empire that had dominated the ancient world for centuries, that had conquered and ruled from Egypt to Nubia to Persia, simply ceased to exist. It became a memory, a fading recollection, a story that people told about a kingdom that had once been powerful, but was now gone. It was preserved in the writings of other peoples, especially the writings of the Jews whom the Assyrians had conquered and exiled, who remembered Assyrian brutality and Assyrian cruelty. The destruction of Assyria was so complete and so total that if not for the cuneiform tablets preserved in the library of Ashurbanipal and the excavations of later archaeologists in the 19th and 20th centuries, the world might have forgotten that Assyria had ever existed at all. The history of Mesopotamia might have skipped over the Assyrian period entirely, remembering only Sumer, Akkad, and Babylon as the great powers of the ancient Near East, forgetting that there was an Assyrian empire that conquered and ruled the known world for generations. Babylon's legacy was fundamentally different from Assyria's because Babylon survived. The city itself survived and continued to be important under Persian rule. It remained a major center of population and commerce. Merchants came and went. The temples were maintained. Scholars continued their work. But Babylon's political independence was gone, and it would never be restored. The city that had been the capital of an empire became the provincial capital of a satrap. But Babylon's intellectual and cultural legacy lived on in ways that would influence the entire world for thousands of years to come. The mathematical traditions developed by Babylonian scholars, the astronomical observations recorded by Babylonian priests, the legal principles codified in ancient Babylonian law codes, these things were preserved and transmitted to later civilizations. The Babylonians invented a system of mathematics based on the number 60, a system of positional notation that allowed them to perform complex mathematical operations. This is why we still divide hours into 60 minutes and minutes into 60 seconds. This is why we still divide circles into 360 degrees. They made observations of the stars and planets with remarkable precision, identifying patterns and cycles that allowed them to predict celestial events with accuracy. Later Greek astronomers would use the work of Babylonian astronomers as the foundation for their own investigations into the structure of the cosmos. They developed systems of algebra and geometry that were far more sophisticated than anything the ancient Greeks would develop until centuries later. They created a legal system, exemplified in codes like the Code of Hammurabi, that established principles of justice and law that would influence legal thinking throughout the ancient world. And Babylon's experience of cultural survival under foreign rule became a model for how cultures could persist and thrive even after losing political independence. The Jews who were exiled to Babylon by Nebuchadnezzar and later allowed to return home by Cyrus would use their experience of exile and restoration to develop new forms of religious identity and practice. The experience of losing their temple and later rebuilding it, of being conquered and later being freed, of maintaining their traditions while living among foreigners, all of this shaped Judaism into a religion that could survive without a political state, that could survive without a temple, that could maintain its identity and its integrity even when dispersed among other peoples. The Jews would eventually be scattered throughout the Roman Empire and beyond, but they would retain their identity, their religion, their traditions, centuries after their political independence was lost. In many ways, they were learning this lesson during their time in Babylon, learning how to be a people without a state, how to maintain tradition without political power. In that sense, Babylon's fall became a turning point not just for Mesopotamia, but for the entire history of religion and culture in the Western world. Centuries passed, then more centuries, before the world even remembered that Mesopotamia had been the home of great civilizations. The region fell under the rule of various empires, one after another, each leaving its mark and fading away. After the Persians came the Greeks under Alexander the Great, who conquered the Persian Empire in the 4th century BCE and brought Hellenistic culture and Greek language to Mesopotamia. Then came the Seleucids, the successors to Alexander, who ruled the eastern Mediterranean and Mesopotamia for more than 2 centuries. Then came the Parthians, a people from Central Asia who took control and ruled for centuries. Eventually, the Romans conquered the western portions of the old Mesopotamian territories. The Sassanid Persians dominated for another few centuries. And finally came the Islamic conquests in the 7th century CE, which brought Arab culture and the Arabic language to a region that had already seen dozens of empires and languages rise and fall. With each new conquest, the ancient languages and traditions faded further into the past. Cuneiform writing, which had been used to record the wisdom of the ancients, was gradually replaced by alphabetic scripts that were easier to learn and use. Akkadian and Babylonian languages, which had been spoken for thousands of years, died out as living languages, replaced by Greek and Aramaic and eventually Arabic. They survived only in written texts, in clay tablets stored in libraries and temples, in inscriptions carved on stone monuments. The great cities of Babylon and Nineveh were gradually abandoned as the centers of civilization shifted elsewhere. Babylon was struck by earthquakes that damaged its famous structures. Flooding from the Tigris and Euphrates rivers destroyed buildings and made the city less attractive as a place to live. The Tigris and Euphrates rivers, which had been the lifeblood of Mesopotamia for thousands of years, shifted their courses over time, leaving the ancient cities stranded far from their life-giving waters. The irrigation canals that had sustained agriculture in Mesopotamia for millennia fell into disrepair as the central authority that had maintained them disappeared. The deserts gradually reclaimed the land that had once been the center of civilization, burying the ruins under sand and soil and mud. For nearly 2,000 years, the world forgot about Mesopotamia. The rulers and the scholars and the general populations of the world were focused on other things. The Roman Empire and later the European kingdoms dominated Western thought. The Islamic empires and later the Ottoman Empire were the centers of power and learning in the Near East. The great libraries and temples and palaces of Mesopotamia were buried under sand and soil, lost to sight and lost to memory. The cuneiform texts that had recorded the history and wisdom of ancient Mesopotamia lay hidden underground, undeciphered by anyone, invisible to the modern world. The very knowledge that these civilizations had existed, that they had been great and powerful and culturally sophisticated, faded from human memory. The region of where the first cities had been built, where writing had been invented, where the first empires had arisen, became a place of ruins and desolation. The Middle East, which had once been the center of the world's greatest civilizations, became something else, a backwater ruled by empires centered elsewhere, forgotten by the peoples of Europe and the Far East who were building their own civilizations and their own histories. It wasn't until the 18th and 19th centuries that Western scholars and adventurers began to take a serious interest in the ancient Near East. In 1824, a polyglot named Claudius Rich, who had learned to read Arabic and Persian, visited the ruins of Babylon and Nineveh and began to excavate some of the ruins with his own resources. He collected artifacts and had them shipped to Europe. He was followed by others, archaeologists and explorers and adventurers who became fascinated by the buried cities and the mysterious wedge marks on the clay tablets that nobody could read. In 1845, the British archaeologist Henry Layard, funded by the British Museum and the British government, began systematic excavations at Nineveh on a scale that had never been MPT'd before. He brought teams of workers. He brought excavation equipment. He brought resources and organization. He discovered the famous winged bull statues, enormous stone sculptures that had stood at the gates of the Assyrian palaces, their faces worn by wind and sand, but their majesty still evident. He found the library of Ashurbanipal intact, thousands upon thousands of clay tablets containing the literary, scientific, and administrative records of ancient Assyria, preserved by the fires that had destroyed the palaces. Among the tablets were fragments of the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the greatest works of ancient literature, a story that had been lost for millennia and was now being brought back into the light to be read by the modern world. Layard's discoveries were absolutely sensational. The British reading public was fascinated. He filled entire ships with artifacts and sent them back to the British Museum, where crowds came to marvel at these remnants of an ancient world. He became famous in Europe as a great explorer and archaeologist. The idea that there had been great civilizations in Mesopotamia, that these civilizations had created remarkable art and sophisticated literature and complex administration, became known to the educated public in Europe for the first time in nearly 2,000 years. But the clay tablets were useless without translation. They were covered in a strange script that looked like a series of wedge marks pressed into the clay, which is why it was called cuneiform, from the Latin word for wedge. Nobody could read it. The script seemed completely alien to anyone trained in European languages. It wasn't until 1852 that Henry Rawlinson, a British soldier and scholar who had learned Persian and other Near Eastern languages, successfully deciphered cuneiform. He did this through a brilliant feat of linguistic detective work. He began by comparing the inscriptions on the Behistun rock, an ancient rock face in Persia that had an inscription in 3 different scripts, including cuneiform. One of the scripts had already been partially deciphered by other scholars. By analyzing the patterns, by making educated guesses about which words meant which things, by comparing the language structures, Rawlinson was able to crack the code of cuneiform. It took years of work, but eventually he figured out how to read the ancient script. Once cuneiform was understood, the entire world of ancient Mesopotamia opened up like a door that had been locked for millennia. Scholars could now read the clay tablets. They could understand the writings of the Assyrian kings, the boasts and the records of their military campaigns. They could read the laws and poems and prayers and scientific texts of ancient Mesopotamia. The voice of the ancient world, silent for nearly 2,000 years, suddenly could be heard again. As the 20th century progressed and archaeologists developed better tools and techniques, more and more excavations were conducted in Mesopotamia and in the broader Near East. Archaeologists found the complete text of the Code of Hammurabi, the famous law code of ancient Babylon, carved on a stone monument. They found mathematical and astronomical texts that showed how sophisticated ancient Mesopotamian science was, how advanced their understanding of mathematics and the cosmos had been. They found tens of thousands of letters and administrative documents that revealed how the government and economy functioned in the ancient world. They found religious texts and myths that showed how the ancient Mesopotamians understood the world, how they understood the gods, how they understood their own place in the cosmos. And with each discovery, the world's understanding of human history changed fundamentally. It became clear that civilizations could be sophisticated and advanced without being Greek or Roman. It became clear that the roots of Western civilization extended much deeper into the past than anyone in Europe had imagined. It became clear that human civilization had roots stretching far deeper into the past than the Greek and Roman civilizations that Europeans had studied for centuries. Mesopotamia, which had been lost and forgotten, came back into human consciousness as one of the cradles of civilization itself, as the birthplace of writing and cities and empires. The fall of Mesopotamia, the end of Assyrian and Babylonian independence in the span of just a few decades, was a pivotal moment in human history. It marked the end of the ancient Near Eastern period and the beginning of the Persian imperial age, when a new form of empire, based not on constant military conquest and brutality, but on administration and tolerance, emerged as the dominant model for organizing vast stretches of territory and diverse populations. It showed how even the greatest empires can fall, how internal weakness and internal division can make an empire vulnerable to external conquest, how a single bad ruler or a few bad decisions can unravel a state that had been built over centuries. It showed how a religion that worked for centuries, that held a society together, can suddenly become a tool of division and destruction if manipulated by a ruler who doesn't understand what he's doing who prioritizes his personal beliefs over the stability of the state. It showed how important legitimacy is to maintaining power, and how a wise ruler like Cyrus can win over a conquered people not through cruelty and fear, though he had military power available, but through respect for their traditions and their beliefs, through understanding what made them feel connected to their own identity. The fall of Mesopotamia reminds us of a lesson that history keeps teaching us, but that we keep forgetting, that empires are not permanent, that no matter how great they are, no matter how powerful they seem, they are fragile. The greatest cities can be destroyed. The most sophisticated cultures can be scattered. The most powerful states can collapse. But their achievements, their ideas, their innovations can survive and influence the world for millennia to come, continuing to shape human thought and human civilization long after the political structures that created them have disappeared. We still use a mathematical system based on the number 60 that the Babylonians invented thousands of years ago. Every time we divide an hour into 60 minutes or divide a minute into 60 seconds, we are using a system that came from Babylon. Every time we divide a circle into 360 degrees, we are using Babylonian mathematics. We still divide the night sky into constellations, following patterns that the Babylonians identified centuries before the Greeks claimed credit for them. We still use legal principles that trace their roots back to Mesopotamian law codes, like the Code of Hammurabi. We still read literature that was written in cuneiform more than 3,000 years ago. Stories like the Epic of Gilgamesh that deal with universal human themes like the search for meaning, the fear of death, the value of friendship. We still use the zodiac to describe the positions of the planets and stars, a system that was developed by Babylonian astronomers who carefully observed the sky night after night, year after year, generation after generation. In that sense, Mesopotamia never truly fell. It was conquered and absorbed into larger empires. Its political independence was lost. Its rulers were replaced by foreigners, but its legacy lived on, shaping the world for thousands of years to come. The fall of Mesopotamia was an ending, yes, but it was also a transformation. Mesopotamia ceased to be a center of political power, but it became something else, a heritage that all of humanity inherited, a gift from the ancient world that continues to benefit us even today, even now in the 21st century, thousands of years later. The clay tablets that were preserved under the ash of burning palaces, the mathematical texts and the literary works and the scientific observations that were written in cuneiform, these continue to speak to us across the centuries. They tell us about a people who were not so different from us, who wanted to understand the world, who wanted to create beauty, who wanted to make sense of their place in the universe. And in hearing their voice, in understanding their achievements, we understand something about ourselves and about the human condition that transcends time and geography and empire and conquest.